issues, how
Yeah.
to identify relevant stakeholders or interested parties. Uh, and then we had one exercise about what questions to be asked on clause 4 with various subclauses.
Right.
And the other group had the task of determining what documentation to prepare against
Yes.
clause 4.
That is the clause 4. So we covered until clause 4.
Right,
Now
sir.
that is, as a auditor, as a implementer, now you have established various aspects, context of the organization, which organization this one is, for whom they are working, what is their deliverable, what is the criticality of the deliverable, right? All those parameters we have understood. You have also understood who all are various stakeholders of the organization, that is documented. And then we also talked about the scope of the AIMS. What is going to be the scope of AIMS? Like conceptualize, design, development, plan, deploy, right? Operations management, use also. All those points, that is something which we discussed, that all these things are included into the scope of AIMS, that is the 42,001. And then we also established the AI management system, right? We talked about certain processes. There are two kinds of processes. Number one, what organization may need the processes. And second point, as per the 42,001 requirement. Those are the things. But as per 42,001 requirement, we have not added into the AIMS because we have not yet covered that part. We will be covering it today. Okay. So let's move on to the next point. What is the expectation? That is the leadership. Do remember here the leadership. Anyone would like to comment on what is the leadership? What exactly is the leadership? Whatever your understanding is of leadership.
Leadership is probably a group of people who provide vision and direction for the functioning of the company.
Yes, vision and
While as,
direction of the company, right?
while as on the
So,
other hand, managers only manage how the processes are followed.
right. So leadership is an attribute. It is a quality, right?
Right, sir. Right.
It is not something which is, we are calling it as a designation that someone is head of HR, head of development, head of design or something like that. It is an attribute which usually we get audited. So whether organization is following all the leadership skills. So number one leadership skill is, as per this 42,001, is that organization leaders, whosoever, they may be leader like CEO, CTO, managing director, and they may be functional head as well. Because the organization, we know that it is a collection of people. So in that case, they have to demonstrate, number one, what is their intent? What is their direction for the organization to follow? That is number one attribute. Defining roles and responsibility, right? Accountability of the people concerned, delegating them needed responsibilities and authorities, enabling them. Enabling, that means that they are helping them to achieve whatever target which they are looking for. Those are the leadership attributes is mentioned over here. So number one, see 5.1 leadership and commitment. 5.2 is AI policy, that is means intent and direction of the organization. And third point is the roles, responsibilities, and authorities. It should be well established. Then we will consider it that the leadership qualities is being followed by the organization. Let us see what their requirements are now. Do remember, whenever you are going to audit any organization, in that case, you will audit their leadership quality and attribute, not them as such. or when you are implementing this AIMS, so you will have to provide a needed scenario like they are acting like a leader within the organization. They are not manager. They are not autocratic. They are following. They are providing these intent and direction to the rest of the organization. So number one, top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to the AI management system by number one, ensuring that the AI policy and AI objective are established and are compatible with the strategic direction of the organization. That is the number one point. So it should be as per the strategic direction of the organization. Ensuring the integration of the AI management system requirements into the organization's business processes. So let us say that there is a finance team, there is a HR team, they are not aware of, they don't know that they also have to bring in AI specific policies into their HR domain or finance domain or IT admin domain or activity, or for that matter, the physical security also. So in that case, they will have to integrate, they will have to communicate to everyone that this is our artificial intelligence management system, and they have to comply to by adequately integrating. Let us say that finance department. Now, finance have to approve certain resources within the organization. So they should know that they are supposed to approve it as per the AIMS, Artificial Intelligence Management System, because organization have adopted it. So that's what they are saying, ensuring that the AI policy and AI objectives are established and are compatible with the strategic direction of the organization. Number two, ensuring the integration of the AI management system requirement into the organization business process. Number three, ensuring that the resources needed for the AI management systems are available. That is again their leadership and commitment that needed resources for AI management are available. Do remember that resources are not limited to only human resources, but they are also like infrastructure resources, technological resources, process resources, knowledge resources, all those resources, whatever is required, that should be available. Then communicating the importance of effective AI management and of conforming to the AI management system requirement. That is another important point. Communicating the importance of the effective AI management system. Why AI management system is important, that they will have to communicate, right? And conforming to the AI management system requirements, whatever AI management system requirement, either of your user or legal requirement or regulatory requirement, or for that matter, any other requirement. They will confirm that they will be fulfilling all those requirements as established. If they are confirming that they are complying to this particular point. The next one, ensuring that the AI management system achieves intended results. So that is also a top management responsibility, that whatever they have established, the AIMS, that is achieving their result. So for all those auditors who are auditor, you will have to verify it, and these points as a implementer, you will have to implement it, the implementation team. Promoting continual improvement, that is also the responsibility as well as the leadership attribute. Supporting other relevant roles to demonstrate their leadership as it applies to their areas of responsibility. So they will also support to, let us say, that head of design, head of development, head of QA, or head of deployment. I'm just taking head. It can be any other role, right? So they will be supporting them to perform their leadership. Like they will be setting up same kind of a things, each function head for their own team member as well. It may not be very formal, but it will have to be demonstrated by them. Supporting other relevant roles to demonstrate their leadership as it applies to their areas of responsibility. References to business in this document can be interpreted broadly to mean those activities that are core to the purpose of the organization existence. Note 2. establishing, encouraging, and modeling a culture within the organization to take a responsible approach to using development and governing AI system can be an important demonstration of commitment and leadership. So this is also required in order to establishing, encouraging, and modeling a culture within the organization to take a responsible approach to using development and governing AI system. Right. So as a auditor, as a implementer, either way, you will have to perform that role, that whether organization as a auditor, whether organization have this leadership attribute or leadership quality or no. If yes, then they are fulfilling this all the clause requirement. If no, then there is a major non-conformity because these clauses are mandatory. There is no choice associated with that one, that the organization have option to exclude or include nothing. Everything is required. So if you are able to get it as a demonstration, it is fine. So they are fulfilling this clause 5.1 requirement. Any question from anyone?
No, sir.
No? Okay. So fine.
Hello, sir, 1 minute.
Yeah.
The way the organization, when they implement either ISO 9001 or ISO 27000, they have specific, basically a role in the organization, like maybe a CISO kind of role, or even ISO 9001, we do have another role.
Hmm.
Like that for 42,000, there are any specific roles to be mentioned or to be specified or established in the organization?
No, like CISO, there is no role, but there is a governing body which needs to be constituted, who would be empowered to take the decision.
Okay.
We will see that one in subsequent clauses.
Okay. Okay.
That is a governing body which are required. It's like in CMMI, SEPG.
ACPG team, yeah.
Yes. So there would be a governing body who would be monitoring it because it goes more as a project, right? As a product or solution. There is
Yes.
a possibility that organization may have 10 products, 10 AI solutions. So there would be governing body who would be coming up with adequate policies and procedures and other details. They will be authorizing it. They will be doing and approving the risk assessment, impact assessments, and there are so many other points. Right. So they are calling it here like governing body as like SEPG.
Yes, sir.
So Sanjay, we have something called in couple of my client organization when we are taking our AI solutions, that gets usually reviewed by the AI board. They have something called AI board,
Yeah.
which largely assess the impact, like what you said, right? Like the technical impact or the business impact of the AI solution that is going to be implemented.
Right.
And they go or they seek up to the HDD, LDD level of AI solution that we are taking. They ask for everything.
Hmm.
They ask for your release notes, design documents, everything which will be presented to the board before the solution is getting implemented.
Right.
Yeah.
So the same thing. You can call them as a governing body. They are governing everything.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
Right.
if you are able to, but point important here is in this particular clause that everyone within the organization, especially the senior people, they are demonstrating the leadership role. Imagine a situation, this is a very autocratic organization where all the decisions are being taken by one person. Okay. So in that case, do you think this clause number 5.1 would be fulfilled?
No.
There would be challenge associated with that one. So here your role would be coming as an auditor or as an implementer to provide and facilitate the cultural building within the organization. Cultural building from artificial intelligence management system perspective. Okay. Is that clear, or any other question or doubt from anyone?
No, it's okay.
No question?
I have one point, little off the context of 5.1, but I just want to take some of your perspective. So typically, 95% of AI related projects is not successfully completed, right? So that is the study from MIT. Recently, they released a study on that, attributing to various things, right? Technical challenges, cultural aspects, lack of clarity, data quality within the organization, and everything. They have listed everything. So, as a implementer, or what should be the way forward, especially for this class 5.1, especially when you say 95% of AI/ML projects are not successful, how that real-time challenge has to be tackled? Anything, any guidance from the ISO standpoint, like?
No, ISO standard point, because it is an idea.
Hmm.
Any AI/ML project is an idea, which basically the purpose is to automate some human activity, right? Not
Hmm.
automate exactly human intelligence. You are making it replica of the human intelligence by adopting adequate technology. Now, the reason of failure are so many. I won't say it is a too much of a technical failure, but it is more of a idea failure. That
Okay.
is the number one point I would be saying it, right?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
In AI, because AI, after Microsoft and Google, they brought in a lot of uh, hype they created around it. Fine.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
everyone wanted to do something in this particular area
Hmm.
in the name of AI, so that their product are saleable.
Okay.
Now the
Okay.
point is, it is not usable. It is
Hmm.
it is not usable because of various reasons. Either there is a accuracy issue, or there are legal compliance issue, or data correctness issue, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So users are not finding it suitable. But there are certain areas where it is much more suitable. For example, you can say the natural language processing,
Hmm.
text to speech conversion, autopilot mode, generative AI, right? Like they are making the presentation for you, right?
Hmm.
They are making a Word document for you. They are doing the event planning for you. So those are the point which is still very successful, not an issue as far as that is concerned. But projects which are not leading to logical conclusion, I would say that out of that 95%, what you are saying that is failing,
Hmm.
around 60 to 70% are attributed to the idea itself.
Ideas. Okay. Okay.
Fine.
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
because that is more of a creativity and idea building, which ISO doesn't govern that. Whether idea is going to fail or idea is going to pass. But ISO only focuses on that whatever your idea is converted into reality.
Hmm.
Fine. That is the
Okay.
whole objective of the ISO, and it is converted in a very consistent manner without any challenges. Now, this idea failure can be identified at the conceptual stage as well. I would
Right.
say there is another challenge associated, that people are using the name of AI but doing the automation just to get certain funding from
Correct.
venture capitalist,
Right. Right.
right? So
Hmm.
once
Hmm.
it is the time is coming for the deployment, there is no buyer associated with that one.
Hmm. So, if can you scroll a little bit on this leadership one? So
Yes.
which talks about the strategic directions, objective and the strategic directions of the organization, right?
Yes.
So as an auditor or as a implementer, if so how should we basically tackle that? I understand, though you say like it's mostly related to the idea or the strategy of the AI projects that organization takes, right?
Mhm.
How we should contribute to the success of that, right? Rather than saying like whether you are meeting it or not, how can we bring that value add to that organization as a stakeholder of this um, AML spectrum of the organization, right? So how
Mhm.
can we support or add some value? That's where I'm thinking, right? So it may be little off the context of this, but I'm
No,
just
no,
trying to
no.
understand.
It is not of the context. It is perfectly as per thing. But let me open our case study.
Okay.
I am sharing that one. I hope it is visible to all of you.
Yes. Yes.
This Biogenics Life Sciences Private Limited, right?
Hmm.
Now let us see that how you would be contributing, right? These are the core operations: drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling, clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics, personalized medicines, right?
Hmm.
You are helping them for these business drivers like regulatory compliance, ethical AI, data privacy and security perspective, trust and transparency perspective, and competitive advantage perspective,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
That would be your role. Now,
Right.
do you think these roles are being performed by anybody else within the organization?
Uh,
Fine.
could be.
Could be,
Not.
or could not
Yeah.
be.
Yes.
But you are a basically a change agent. So if something is missing, then you are alerting them to do needful
Hmm.
as a auditor. These are the points which are going to be missing and you will be in a difficulty. So you are helping into that one. There would be risk associated with regulatory compliance, like you can see FDA, like Food and Drug Authority.
Hmm.
So they have come up with a lot of parameters like 21 CFR, right? Good clinical
Hmm.
practices. So they are the point which you would help them achieving that. That is the point number one. Ethical AI. Let us say that there is a biasness. So obviously it is not the development team who would be more concerned with the biasness because it is not their KRA or KPA, right? But
Right.
organization can enter into difficulty if there is a biasness involved, either legally or maybe from user perspective. I would say this bias issue is one of the biggest issue for any AI failure. Similar way, data privacy and security. If you
Okay.
have a DPO, so
Hmm.
they are, but you are alerting them to follow needful data privacy and security, trust and transparency. If your system is okay, it is repeatable. So even management can trust that yes, if someone is committing, let's say that they would be able to deliver it into 5 months, so they will deliver it in 5 months. That is the role of a AIMS person as a auditor or as a implementer, that you are building a consistency,
Hmm.
predictability within the organization. Otherwise, let us say this AIMS is not implemented, so you don't know. There is a possibility that 5 months project can be completed in 1 month also and can take even 5 years also. So you are building certain gates, certain controls, certain checks, so that whatever is the reality that is known, there is adequate transparency by the system. That's what your role is all about. So you are helping them into doing that one. And then, of course, the competitive advantage. Number one,
Hmm.
that is your role, that you are making sure that these are the business drivers and they are being fulfilled. Now, the point number two. Key challenges identified. Bias in clinical trial recruitment. Fine. So that would be your role, that are we reducing the biasness in clinical trial recruitment? Explainability gap. Your system, you would always be either auditing or implementing to reduce it. Explainability gap. Governance silos. There is another point where you look as a process person, that there are a governance silos. For example, design team is not talking with the development team, right? Or development team is not talking with the testing team. That is creating certain difficulty. So those kind of a finding would be from an auditor perspective, which management is usually not aware of, right? And then of course, risk management. That is one of the points. So you are helping them to reduce the risk of the organization. Any kind of a risk, whether it is a legal risk or functional risk or none. Yes, you are definitely not an expert of risk, right? You are not a HR expert. But you are pushing HR to identify the risk. That's how you are bringing this task into their priority, so that any surprises are reduced. Right? So that is your role. Now there are some more role like algorithmic quality, code quality, fine,
Right.
deployment quality, quality of services like in operations, in user environment. What is the accuracy associated? So you are putting up a system so that there is adequate transparency about these progresses within the organization. And then as an auditor, you are monitoring. As an implementer, you are setting up these points and practices. And as an auditor, you are verifying that it is adequately being followed, so that there is a transparency. Let us say that someone committed that I will complete this algorithm development part in next 4 weeks, right? Now, what happens if all of a sudden after 4 weeks, that person is coming and saying that it will take another 6 weeks? Isn't a surprise? So as a process person, you will be interacting or establishing some process associated that let's not wait for 4 weeks. You show us a progress after 1 week. Have you been able to complete the 25% progress? If not, then let us avoid these surprises. You are getting this point?
Yes,
So
yes.
you can reschedule it. So some resources which we had planned for, the one of the biggest challenges in AI is also the resource idleness. Because your algorithm is not ready, but deployment investment has already been carried out. You don't know whether it is going to take 4 weeks or 2 years. That people are asking for extension. So you are building that system and you are alerting them that no, this is not possible to complete in 4 weeks what it was committed into the audit, because intermediate steps has not been followed. That is our role. Then another our role is to understand the data quality. Let us say that the data quality steps are not followed. So in that case, you will not be confident with respect to data quality. There is a possibility that data may be good, may be perfect. But the challenge is, if the process steps are not followed, there is also an equal possibility that it is not correct.
Okay.
So we keep on, as a process person, as an auditor, as an implementer, we keep on observing it and keep or make people alert. We, as a human being, we have a tendency that unless until there is some trigger, we usually are into a very comfort mode. Right? Everyone. I'm not saying that he only development person or design person, even you as a quality person. Right? If there are no driver, we end up sleeping, right? If there are no challenges, we say that nothing. It is almost everything is going on. So
Right.
our contribution as a process person is much, much more. We will see that once we establish the roles and responsibility part. That
Okay.
what would be your role associated. But I hope you got it right.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay.
That would be your role.
Yeah.
Then there are more like implementation approach, this gap
Right.
assessment, governance framework, AI risk assessment. Who is developing all these things within the organization?
Mm-hmm.
It is
Right.
again you, right? As a implementer or as a process person.
Mm.
It is not a development priority,
Right.
right? So that is also your role. Then also you would see as a AIMS person that is these points are being outcomes because you are establishing outcome, right? AI outcome. So is the regulatory trust is established? Is the bias reduced? Is the improved collaboration is there? Is risk mitigation is there? Market advantage. So if you see, this is what your KRA is, right?
Right.
That regulatory trust, the quality, consistency, all those
Mm.
parameters.
Mm.
That is your KRA as a AIMS person,
Got it.
right?
Yes.
Then learning, continuous improvement. They are also are your KRA as a process person.
Sure. Got it, Sanjay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope it is answering your point, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Any other question or curiosity? From anyone? No? So let's move on. Let's move on to the next point. That is the AI policy. We discussed about it. What is the policy, right? That is nothing but intent and direction of the top management. Right? So top management shall establish an AI policy that is appropriate to the purpose of the organization. In our case study, what is the purpose of the organization? Anyone would like to comment on? Let me share the case study. What is the purpose of the organization?
The core operations are the purpose.
The core operations are the purpose. So like drug discovery using AI assisted molecular modeling, right?
Right.
So they should produce something. They should discover drug. Let us say that our organization is not discovering the drug. Do you think your AIMS is going to be can be considered as a fine or adequate? No, right? Clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics. Let us say that they don't have data or they are not able to succeed in any predictive analytics. So organization is not fulfilling its basic core, what they are supposed to, right? Okay. Similar way, the personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models. So these are the things which organization's core is, and they have to come up with adequate system that they have established policy aligned with this one. Let us say that they have established policy for generative AI. Do you think that is as a auditor or as a implementer, it is okay for you?
No.
No, right? Or they have established a policy for, let us say that for text to speech conversion. It won't be. So this is what they are saying here. That top management shall establish an AI policy that is appropriate to the purpose of the organization. Provides a framework for setting AI objectives. You know, AI objective is what? Monitoring parameter, right? Parameters to be monitored. So it should provide a framework for AI objective. Includes a commitment to meet applicable requirement. There should be a commitment that they will be fulfilling the applicable requirement, whether it is a client requirement, user requirement, legal requirement, regulatory requirement, ethical requirement, cultural requirement, social requirement. There are so many requirements, right? So there should be a commitment in policy so that entire organization know the intent of the organization, and then includes a commitment to continual improvement. It should also include a commitment to continual improvement. These are the 4 parameters which any policy of the organization, policy means intent and direction of the organization, that should be covering this point A, B, C, and D. If they are covering all those 4 points, that means they are fulfilling the 5.2 clause requirement. Now there is also saying that the AI policy shall be available as documented information. You all know. Now in your master list, what we were creating the AIMS, now because standard is saying that should be available as documented information. So this should be available as a documented information. Refer as relevant to other organization policies, like of organization is 27,001 certified as well. So it should refer to them also. Right. Be communicated within the organization, so people should know what is the organization's AI policy. And be available to interested parties as appropriate. So who all are interested parties? Like shareholders, stakeholders, employees, suppliers, whosoever are the interested parties. Be available to interested parties as appropriate. Control objective and controls for establishing an AI policy are provided in A2 in table A.1. Implementation guidance for those controls is provided in B2. Now let us see this control, B2. I hope it is visible.
Yes.
So what in this control they are saying? To provide management direction and support for AI system according to business requirement, the organization should document a policy for the development for the AI system. The AI policy should be informed by business strategy, organizational values and cultures, and the amount of risk the organization is willing to pursue or retain. The level of risk posed by the AI system, legal requirements, including contracts, the risk environment of the organization, impact to relevant interested parties. The AI policy should include principles that guide all activities of the organization related to AI, processes for handling deviation and exceptions to policy. The AI policy should consider topic-specific aspects where necessary to provide additional guidance or provide cross-reference to other policies dealing with these aspects. Example of such policy: resources policy, assets management policy, impact assessment policy, and system development policy. So in any policy statement, they should be mentioned adequately. Any question from anyone?
No, sir. Clear.
No. Okay. So now, again, we will distribute it into 2 teams.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry. What could be the assets basically? Are we talking about the tools that we are going to use for AIs?
No, that's what the exercise which we are doing now.
Okay.
Okay. So I would break into two part again, as we did it yesterday. And let's define a policy for our case study, which is covering to these points. You are documenting a policy statement. Always refer to the scope statement what we worked on yesterday. So you have to write this policy statement, but don't follow this one. Follow what exactly it is mentioned in clause. In this one, AI policy is appropriate to the purpose of the organization, provides a framework for setting AI objective, includes a commitment to meet applicable requirements, and includes a commitment to continual improvement. These are the 4 points. Now, both the team will define their own policy, and then because this is a policy statement, so you can also audit and I will also be seeing it. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or instead of team, if you want to do it individually, you can do it individually also.
Whatever you propose.
I propose this time individually,
Right, sir.
right? So into the same document, Word document, make a policy statement, and then we will see it, right? So how much time it should take? 10 minutes?
Maybe slightly more.
15 minutes?
Right.
Okay. So 15 minutes, exactly after 15 minutes, but I am available. In case you have any question, just let me know. I am not breaking into room.
Okay.
Everyone is doing this one. So now you are implementing the policy for our case study. Request not to take too much help from ChatGPT or Gemini. All right. For now. Okay. So I'm on mute. Let me know. Exactly after 15 minutes. Is it done?
Yeah, tried.
Okay, so please share.
Can you share on WhatsApp or
Done.
No, here only directly you can share.
I have used another machine?
Okay, so you can share WhatsApp. I will share that one.
Yeah.
Should I share?
Yes, please share, Rajesh.
I have
Invite,
shared
yeah,
WhatsApp.
Okay. Can you see the screen now?
yes. AI
Okay.
is central to our work around drug discovery, molecular modeling, and so on. And so on is not a word which used in policy,
Okay.
right? Because then it is making it ambiguous, right?
Okay.
If something more is there, so please write it something more, like discovery,
Oh, got
molecular
it.
modeling.
Okay.
Is my screen showing?
No, I have, Rajesh, I have shared the screen right now.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Amit, we are coming after this one to yours. Huh?
Uh, Ramit's screen is being shared right now.
Okay. Ramit's screen. I think it was Rajesh one. Fine. So after
Okay.
that, we will come, Rajesh.
Right, right.
Okay. So, Ramitji, this is molecular modeling and so on. So, AI brings opportunities and responsibility. Do you think it is a intent?
It has to be, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, in a way you are right. So, fine. Our AI policy will be based on following ethical use, compliance and accountability, transparency and accountability, AI decision traceable, data quality and security, and continuous improvement. There is one more required point. Applicable, you have compliance and accountability, right? We will comply with all applicable laws, regulatory requirements, and hold ourselves accountable for AI-assisted decisions, right? We will make AI decisions traceable, explainable, and accessible to stakeholders. We will safeguard patient data in accordance with ISO 27001. We will also make sure that various local laws are followed wherever applicable. We will regularly monitor and review AI system to address risk and incorrect predictions and ethical concerns. And we will improve them based on the feedback and audits. Fine. Could you please share the standard?
Uh, Standard, I have not opened. I was looking at your screen while writing this on the
Okay.
other screen.
So I am sharing it. Now it is for the rest of the people. Do you
Okay,
think?
hold on. I will
Yeah.
probably
Okay.
check, if it is open or not. I don't think it is open. I will
No,
stop.
I have already shared it. No issue.
Okay.
You can share it again. For rest of the people, now you have to audit it. Is this policy, what Mr. Amit is showing, is appropriate to the purpose of the organization?
I'll do one thing. I'll send my policy on
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp so that everybody can read it. That will be
Yes,
more easy then.
right. But you also have to keep on updating your document because you
And
have
that's
to share.
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. But only for the
Purpose of
for
exercise.
for the
Purpose is
exercise part.
basically
If you look from if I'm an implementer, how I will write, I don't know, but with all due respects, from audit perspective, policy should be, kind of, not shall be. It should guide the people. It should guide the organization, how the implementation, how the things should be there.
So
So
anything,
basically,
anything which you feel missing in
yeah.
Mr. Ramit. Ramit, you can
I have already sent it on WhatsApp for everybody to
Yes.
see it in the group, in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. No, you can share it here only so that it is we can discuss it.
Okay. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah. So you were raising, is it not okay? Mr. Satish.
See, the use cases are right. This is mentioned. Can we go down? I want to see the roles and responsibilities.
No, I
How
have
to
not written
implement.
the roles and
No, no, we have not
Okay.
reached to that stage. It is
Okay.
only right now, it's an intent policy.
AI
Intent-wise,
Policy
AI is
document.
equal to our
yeah.
basically we should talk about all that the drug discovery, clinical trial design, and personalized diagnostics. All
I
should
think
be.
I think intent is there. Kind of. It can be better, but it is intent is written.
Intent is written and direction is also written, right?
All written. Yeah, exactly.
Like mention that ethical use.
Correct.
It means no bias in patient
Yeah,
recruitment.
correct.
Right?
Yeah, usually we call it a responsible AI. Ethical use is right.
Yes. Anyone else who have who feels that any of the clause is missing here as the auditor? Okay, I hope all of you have written it because you have to share it.
So should I stop sharing now?
Yes, so then we can move to Rajesh.
Right, sir. Is it visible?
Yes. And use of artificial intelligence to advance medical innovation and improve patient outcome. This policy forms the foundation. Fine. We commit to purpose, alignment, accountability. The CEO and top management hold ultimate responsibility for this policy. Okay. Yes. Go slightly. Scroll it down.
It is all.
It is all.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
anyone? All other
Shared on
people?
the WhatsApp, but I have not done like this. I have just made like a 3-4 line statement.
It is fine. I mean, as
That's
long-
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
I have already shared, sir, on WhatsApp.
Yes. No, we can see that one. So anyone have any question on this one? Mohini, you are very silent, and Ritika. Do you think it is okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Anything which is missing?
No.
There is one point missing in both the policy statement.
Continual improvement.
No, that is there.
Go below. Little more. Sorry, up. Scroll up.
Training and awareness,
Training awareness is needed.
Yes.
I think that those can be mentioned in the last, right? Continuous improvement training, the applicability and other things.
Yes. We are only finding out if something is missing. Go to the B2. Balaji.
B2.
So do we add a review cycle, that is what needs to be done in the review?
Review, is it required as per the policy statement?
I think it should not be.
It is not required, right? One point here they are saying, right? Principles, legal requirement mentioned, level of risk posed by the AI system. So is it appropriate to the based on the level of risk posed by the AI system? Because clinical services they have mentioned, right? Both of them have mentioned. Go below, scroll down. One point is here, process for handling deviation and exceptions to policy. Has there anyone mentioned it?
Process for handling deviation and exceptions to the.
I didn't even saw this. I was only looking at 5.2.
So usually we'll have a deviations and kind of a separate section, sir. That's the reason we did not cover here.
Yeah, but
But
Agree, it should be there as part of the policy. As of now, I am able to write at least only till the scope and purpose only,
Yes.
kind of.
So usually
Still there.
one-liner statement sometimes is also written that any deviation
Correct.
Yeah.
from the
I
policy.
agree.
will be handled according to systems.
Either
I think,
according to system or explicit approval from CEO.
yeah, deviation.
Yeah.
Deviation. I think by and large, most of us have not considered the B2 clause.
Yes,
We just focused on the 5.2 clause of
right.
the standard.
So in exam, there would be a similar kind of a question also from you, all of you.
Thank you, sir, for
Okay. Because there are something which are not explicitly
written in the standard, but given in annexures.
given in annexures,
Right. Understood.
right? So
Shall I
Mohini,
stop?
have you completed?
Shall I stop sharing?
Yes, yes. Yours is fine.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I do something, but not.
Hmm.
I think that was not good. So,
Not an issue. You can share it.
actually,
Are you sharing? Hmm.
You can put in the chat.
No, she is sharing screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Compliant use of artificial intelligence, discovery, AI assisted molecular modeling, right? Promoting fairness, transparency, explainability in AI driven insights to avoid bias and support. Mohini, have you copied it from ChatGPT?
not much, but
Sorry.
something a little bit.
Sorry?
A little bit. From
A
ChatGPT
little bit.
and
Yes, but you have to see your case study. Okay. Deepika,
Yes, sir.
have you completed?
I have just completed 4 points. Not completed, but just making a checklist that what needs to be done or what needs to be.
Okay. ठीक है. So I think individual assignments are not working well. So in that case, we will have to form a group in future exercises. Mr. Pawan, Deepika, are you sharing? Okay, no issue. So we can continue.
I had written something. I'll quickly share.
Yes, yes.
It's not very detailed.
At Biogenics Life Sciences, AI is at the core of our operations and competitive advantage. For achieving these goals, committee of the organization shall define, implement, control, yes, drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling. The process defined shall ensure that the AI system developed comply with regulatory needs, ethical and responsible. Right. But you have to complete it, right?
This is what I initially, when I was writing, I thought this is how the policy would look. Now I have a better understanding.
Right. It is, and best part is that you have not copied it from ChatGPT. Yeah, that is, or Gemini. That is good part of it. Thank you. Thank you. So let's continue with the standard. Now, hope all of you have understood this policy statement. It has a very, very important and vital role. The reason why we keep on insisting is because rest of the implementation would be aligned exactly as per the policy. Now, the next point is the roles and responsibilities and authorities. Top management shall ensure that the responsibilities and authorities for relevant roles are assigned and communicated within the organization. Top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensuring that the AI management system conforms to the requirement of this document, reporting on the performance of the AI management system to top management, and a control for defining and allocating roles and responsibilities provided in A3.2, Table A.1 and B3.2 also. So let us understand the roles and responsibility. We all mentioned the roles and responsibility. In 27,001, those who are audited for 27,001 probably would remember that in 27,001, we only mentioned information security related roles and responsibility. Right? In CMMI, we mentioned mostly the functional and non-functional related responsibilities. But here we have to mention the roles and responsibilities related to artificial intelligence. Now, let's see this one. Sorry, just give me a second. I hope this is audible, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes. So let us assume this is the life cycle which organization has adopted, right? So someone would be responsible for inception. Someone would be responsible for design and development, verification and validation, re-evaluation within the organizations, operations and monitoring. Do remember our assumption is that organization has adopted this life cycle as it is.
Yeah.
Right. So we have to establish the roles and responsibilities for all these points. Who would be responsible for inception? Who would be responsible for design and development, including approach, including architecture, code, training and validation data, and risk treatment. Testing team, who would be responsible for testing, what kind of a responsibility and ownership they would be having. Similar way, someone would be responsible for deployment, someone would be responsible for operations and monitoring. There would be someone, especially from machine learning team, they would be re-evaluating whether the AI is working as expected or no. Then continuous validation. That is the number one part. Assume it that they are taking this data life cycle as recommended in ISO IEC 5259. Data quality for analytics and machine learning. So there would be someone responsible for data requirement, data planning, data acquisition, data preparation, data provisioning, data release, including the data quality, data correctness, right? So someone within the organization would be responsible for it, including the review part. This is what the standard is referring to. This is what the standard is referring to, that roles, responsibilities, and authorities aligned with the what? Aligned with the life cycle what they have opted for and they have adopted. Right? Any question from anyone?
When we talk about role, responsibility, and authorities, do we need to also have a kind of a RASI matrix here?
Yes, you can have a RACI matrix, but our focus is more on role,
Yeah.
responsibilities, and authorities, right? RACI is one of way to establish these roles, responsibilities, and authorities. RACI is much better way, but the point is it will be too long,
Good.
right? Like if you see the tester, he may have 20 responsibilities. So either we mention the 20 responsibilities in RACI chart or we come up with the adequate documentation. I hope it is answering your question.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
So here the basic emphasis is on roles, responsibilities, not whether you are being consulted or informed only.
Yes. So now again, I would be requesting Rajesh ji, if you share your policy statement.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Just a minute.
Now, you are saying
Okay.
Biogenics is committed to the responsible, ethical, and secure development. Now, who would be responsible for ethics? Is there someone within the organization they would be responsible for? Which that role would be?
Maybe data scientists. Those
Maybe.
are acquiring the data.
Yes.
It could be more of compliance person.
Compliance person. That is also a possibility, but data scientist looks to be more.
Maybe can we say a governance officer, something like?
Yes, if you want to have a governance officer, so that is also a fine. My only point was that because you are auditing or implementing, right? So if you are auditing, all the point mentioned here, someone should be responsible for it, right?
Yes.
Like artificial intelligence to advance medical innovation, there would be someone who would be responsible for medical innovation and improvement of patient outcome. It is fine if it is a CEO also, not an issue.
Or a SME from that
SME,
domain.
yeah, subject matter expert. Aligned with the life cycle what they have adopted.
Hmm.
Data life cycle, algorithmic life cycle, and application life cycle. Even the deployment life cycle and operations life cycle. All those life cycles. So there should be adequate roles and responsibility which is established. This is what the standard is asking for. Now, another point which is being mentioned by Rajesh that we commit to purpose and alignment, driving healthcare innovation through validated, trustworthy, AI aligned with our mission and regulatory context. So all these points, they require some kind of an ownership within the organization.
Right.
Right. Setting measurable objective, that is fine. There should be someone who should be responsible for setting the measurable goals, objectives, and that would be the role of the person who is helping or facilitating the AIMS implementation within the organization. Compliance, there would be legal team or regulatory team. Data and ethics, again, it would be machine learning team. And continuous improvement, that is again AIMS team. Right?
Yeah.
So could you please explain the AI objectives again? Who is going to
We
take the
will talk
responsibility?
about that. There is a separate clause for AI objectives. But that AI objective would derive from here. Like let us say that Mr. Rajesh is mentioning that driving healthcare innovation, right? So healthcare innovation is one of the objective. So maybe objective would be that how many innovation that has been carried out in last quarter.
Okay.
That would be AIMS objective.
How many projects you are taking up?
How many projects you are taking up?
Or
No,
From that
how many
How many
Yeah.
projects you are
Innovation and
completing on
projects are
time?
different. Not necessary that all innovation would be converted into project.
Right, right.
Yes.
Okay. So innovation, how many innovations, how many patent you have registered, how many IPR you have filed, those would be the objective. Through
Based on
validated, trustworthy AI. So validated, what would be the objective of validated? Let's say that 90% accuracy of the solution what you are providing. That would be your objective. I hope it
Okay,
is
so what is the acceptance criteria for that particular innovation or for that particular project is? That would be our objective, or that would be the validation.
no, not acceptance criteria. It is what like let's say that I am in Noida. So my objective is, let us say, to reach tomorrow to Mumbai. That is my objective, right? I have to reach to. There are certain challenges. For example, I don't have money to, let's say, go by flight. Then how would I go? There are multiple other challenges, but objective would remain same to reach to Bombay, right?
Yes.
So your objective remains same, that you have to innovate, 2 innovation, 3 innovation, 4 innovation in a quarter. That would be whether you are achieving it or not achieving it, that is a separate aspect altogether.
Okay. I was just about to ask that you said tomorrow I have to reach, when it is not possible to go by air, then it's not feasible to go reach there by
It's
tomorrow.
not feasible to go. That's where the
Yes.
resources comes into picture, right?
So whatever be the purpose is, either it is completing or not, that is not the concern right now. It's like that what all innovations we are going to work upon at that particular time.
Yes, we are going to be working upon, and this is what we aim to achieve.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So you understood the roles and responsibility part?
Yes.
sure, sir.
Now, I would recommend, because it's copied already, life cycle, the two in WhatsApp group. So you can
Right.
simply copy paste, assuming that exactly it is same. Data life cycle and application life cycle. There are multiple other life cycle like deployment life cycle, your DevOps life cycle, your CI/CD pipeline, your users life cycle. There is another area, your algorithmic life cycle. But let us go with the assumption that these are the 2 points. Okay. May I request to define the responsibility of 2 person? One is of the CEO, and second is of let us say the AIMS person.
Responsible.
Yes. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Aligned with the policy of Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh, you can share it on WhatsApp, right?
Already shared, sir.
Already shared, right?
Yes, yes.
So based on this policy, you define who would be responsible for. You write the roles,
Right.
right? Sometimes we define the org chart as well. So let us, yes, maybe you can insert a org chart. The responsibility, right? But before we go into, let us complete this one as well. Enter it and insert a org chart. The smart art, that would be easy. Smart art. Enter a org chart. Any hierarchy on left side.
This one or
No, this hierarchy. Yes, anyone you can select.
okay.
Anyone you can select, right? Let us write it here on top, CEO. Followed by, maybe you can say the CTO.
Chief AI officer.
Yes, Chief AI Officer. CAIO. Now with below CTO, you can mention
Data science.
Enterprise architects.
yeah, but
Data security.
Yeah, go to that life cycle. Go to that life cycle.
Which one?
Life cycle which I shared on WhatsApp.
Okay. That's yesterday.
That's yesterday. Or let me say that number one is the inception, right?
Yeah.
So you can mention the product manager, AI product manager, that is the number one. AI product manager, followed by AI architect and designer, the next one.
AI designer.
Yeah, designer and architect. Then there would be followed by, you add one more responsibility below CTO.
Not there. You can
Hmm?
you can go to the left side. You already see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. After architect. Yeah.
after architect, enter it. Yes. Then there would be application development, AI application. Then there would be the next one, machine learning. Next one you can.
Testing team.
Yeah, no, first let's go into sequence. There would be machine learning team. It is exactly as per life cycle, what they have adopted, right? What organization?
So what was the next one?
Machine learning team or data analyst team. You can write anything, machine learning team. Or machine learning is basically algorithm. Okay. ML team. Then next one, data analytics team. You can write DA team also. Fine. Then there would be testing team, deployment team, right? Deployment team. Then what is the
Operations and
next one?
monitoring. Operations and monitoring.
Yes, operations and monitoring team. Then you will be having certain other roles, like where it is a hosting. So that will be part of you
CIO.
can,
Maybe that comes under CIO.
that comes under CIO. No, wherever. So you have to make the CIO responsible for it, right?
Right.
Now there would be another role like legal team, other teams, finance team, HR team,
Legal and regulatory compliance.
regulatory compliance, and there are multiple other roles. So you can mention that.
Ethical compliance team. Or
Right. Now you take any three roles here, right? And you assign responsibility aligned with the policy statement. Is that clear? No, it will be because you have made it very flat organization, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's the reason.
Yeah.
But it is fine. We will talk about that. What is the challenges of this organization and other organization?
Sure.
The moment you define the roles and responsibility, you will come to know the challenges. But go to the standard again. Go to that roles and responsibility section. Yes. you have to consider these 2 points. Ensuring that the AI management system conforms to the requirement of this document and reporting on the performance of the AI management system to top management. So let's go back to your org chart. So in this chart, let us see that AI project manager, they would be reporting the performance, right?
Right.
AI product manager to the top management, to CEO. So his responsibility, you also have to mention. What would be their responsibility of reporting? What they would report to? Okay. Any 3 roles. But even in this time, I am not breaking into team because you will have to submit the individual assignments. But we will start forming the team from risk assessment onwards. So is 5 minute okay?
So that should be fine. Boni sir, can you just share this document because we're not able to see all the roles.
Yeah. It has become very small.
So just increase the font size from top. No. Yes.
No, sir. ये नीचे परसेंटेज है ना सर, परसेंटेज इंक्रीज कीजिए, नीचे नीचे जो है।
हाँ, नहीं ऊपर वो भी आप कर सकते हैं. यू कैन इंक्रीज द फॉन्ट साइज फ्रॉम 5 to maybe 10.
नो सर, ये पूरा डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो जाएगा आपको.
हाँ, डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो रहा है
सर. नीचे परसेंटेज है ना सर, 100% दिख रहा है, देखिए स्क्रीन पे नीचे, वो इंक्रीज कीजिए.
You change the layout, make it more bigger.
Yeah.
Change the layout. Orientation, make it landscape.
सर फिर भी नहीं जाएगा.
Okay. Now see there is some more space, right? On right side is there more?
It has got stuck.
Okay, it is hanged.
हाँ, वो आप वो पूरा डायग्राम सेलेक्ट करके एक बार स्मार्ट डिजाइन में जाइए, एक बार देखिए अगर हो रहा है. पीपीटी में आसान है, इसमें पता नहीं.
हाँ. If you want, you can increase the size also now. Okay. Okay, fine. This is good enough. I mean, in real time, you will have to spend a lot of time. As I mentioned, there are challenges in flat organization. You can see it now also. You remember the CTO now will have to talk to so many people.
Sure.
That is a challenge of flat organization. Now you have to define the ownership, right? All of you, please decide any 3, whatever you think is okay. What would be their responsibility and what they would report to their reporting manager and the CEO onto the AI performance, aligned with the policy statement. Don't forget the policy what they have opted for. Is that fine?
Yeah, if people need to tell me.
So you are doing it here only?
No, I am saying people need to tell me which three, or maybe all of us do separately, or three
Yes,
different.
yes, all of you do separately.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right. So
So
is
shall I?
5 minute okay?
You, sir, are we taking a break today?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have asked this one. Let's take a break and then we will continue.
Sure, sir.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So after 10 minutes, we will continue.
Okay.
Okay.
हो गया किससे बातें कर रही है
उसको देने थे उसने नहीं माना ना तो क्या
हम्म
वो यहाँ ये मेरे से 500 रुपए लेके गई प्लाजा
हम्म
फिर मेरे पास एक ही 500 बचे
I hope everyone is back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, back.
Fine. So we can continue with this exercise.
Yeah.
Okay. So identify any 3 roles and write the responsibility, including the reporting, what they would report. I would suggest taking some technical example, but however, it is up to you. So hope 10 minutes should be okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Let me know when it is done.
Sir, I don't have the case study document. Could you please share it?
Sorry, Mohini, your voice is not very clear.
Okay, beta.
It's breaking.
Mohini, it is there in the WhatsApp group. It was shared
Sorry,
yesterday.
sir, I'm not in that group, sir.
Sanjeev sir, can she be added there?
Yes, but I don't have her number.
She will give it in the chat.
Yes, yes. Mohini, send me your number in chat. I will add you.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay. I have just told Fauzia to add Mohini.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay. But what document you are looking for?
Case study document and 42,000 standard.
Okay. Case study document I am sharing you right away.
Okay.
I hope you have received it.
No, sir,
Mohini.
not yet.
Hmm?
Not yet, sir. Yeah, okay. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. And you also want the 42,001 standard, right?
Yes, sir.
Sharing that, I think.
That you can share in the main group, sir.
Sorry, here. Huh?
Here or in the main group. Okay.
Yes, I am sharing that one as well. Hope you all have received it. I have shared
Yes,
in
sir.
both in WhatsApp as well as into the main group also. Okay, anyone have completed?
I just shared
Anyone?
some, but not technical.
Sir,
CEO,
CEO,
Yeah, anything.
yeah, CEO, CIO completed, sir. I'm
Okay.
just completing. You
Let
want me
us
to?
see. Let us see that one.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Yes.
So CEO, championing it. Okay.
Mm.
The first one is then endorsement, providing the appropriate resources,
Right.
providing the stakeholder engagement,
Mm.
risk oversight, and fostering the culture. Okay. And the AIO is
Just a question. So who is the risk owner? It is not CEO, then who is the risk owner?
So risk oversight is his owner, sir. CIO, because chief AI officer is there, he becomes the risk owner pertaining to the AI-based risks, sir. But
Right.
always the responsibility of oversight and other things lays with the CEO. So he should be, kind of monitoring the strategic risks, okay, so that there is no impact on the reputation or or any safety regarding the patient information or anything, kind of. So risk oversight always lies with CEO, but the accountability, accountability responsibility becomes with CIO. Accountability is with the CEO. Responsibility is with CIO.
Okay.
So that's the reason, kind of here, we I'm not yet to complete in writing on this one.
Right. It is good. It is no doubt about that. It is fine.
Yeah.
We'll use incident. So more elaborate it is, the better it is.
Sir.
But the only point is that it is a clinical, right?
Correct.
What is the CEO responsibility with the product what they are developing?
CEO is accountable for everything, sir. Kind of. He
Right.
cannot
Let us-
escape out
let
of
us see.
saying that it's not my responsibility. He accounts
No.
everything.
He owns everything. So let us
Yeah.
see that one. Key responsibility champion, promote ethical, transparent, and compliant AI use across all businesses. Don't you think it is very generic and not mentioning to the clinical services?
Yeah, since we mentioned in scope and other things, kind of. I took Mr. Rajesh document.
Yes, that is fine.
Yeah,
But
since
what-
scope is already mentioned here, that's the reason I put it in a generic way, sir.
Generic way. But it is not recommended to put in a very generic way.
Okay.
The reason is that then it becomes a very generic document. It is not organization specific.
Okay, sure.
Right. So
Yeah.
for example, CEO, go to that portion where it is mentioned the policy statement and scope, or let it be here. So in this one, for policy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is committed to responsible, ethical, and secure development, right?
Right.
For clinical services. So let's go to the CEO roles and responsibility. Maybe you can add one point here, like promote ethical, transparent, and compliant AI uses across all business units related to clinical services.
Okay. Right.
Right? Because the AI scope is for the clinical services. So now he is responsible for promoting ethical, transparent, and compliant AI uses across all businesses. But do remember, it is very easy to write it here. But the moment you ask for the evidence,
Correct.
they will start looking here and there.
Yeah.
But then, as a auditor, you will have to ask for the evidence also.
Agree.
How are you promoting ethical, transparent, and compliant AI uses across all business units? Endorsement. Approve the AI governance policy. and ensure its integration into enterprise risk management. Okay. But do remember, anything which you are writing will have to be demonstrated on how.
Demonstrated, exactly, demonstrated.
How? That would be their responsibility. Resources, ensure adequate funding, staffing, and infrastructure. Yes, that they can demonstrate. Stakeholder engagement, risk oversight, and culture. May I request, if you um, go to Google or any browser,
Okay.
and search for AI, CEO AI responsibility.
CEO AI responsibility. You want to open any specific site, sir?
No, anyone. You can open anyone. Or you can open the.
So I'll take some other right. This is not
Yes.
doing.
This
AI
is not-
CEO guide. I'll take.
It is also.
Yeah, very generic it is. Maybe I did not open Chat GTP or anything. You want me
Yeah,
to
open Chat GPT also, not an issue.
I think this is need to be tuned, my system.
No, it is.
If somebody can share, it would be helpful because.
No, it is visible. It is visible. Just go to OpenAI.
OpenAI. This may not be working for me because I don't have
No,
login.
here it is not required. In the search only you can see.
Okay.
Okay.
Responsibilities of CEO.
Define responsibility of CEO.
Define responsibilities
of CEO for clinical research company.
Clinical research company.
You have to prompt. You have to change your prompt.
Okay. AI.
Yeah. For AI clinical research.
Yeah. Clinical research. Yeah, champion, oversee, promote, compliancy, partnership.
Right.
Yeah. I think most of the information is reflected. Maybe I'm not this elaborative, but
yes.
But points are mentioned, sir.
Yes. Points are mentioned here, but then you have to change your prompt one more time. You copy paste it and
This
add
one,
it 42,000.
Okay.
Instead of AI, make it 42. AI clinical research company for 42,000 ISO 42,001 implementation.
So recently we worked on the policy for part 2. That's why I was able to kind of
Yes.
put those.
Like here you see, establish clear accountability structure,
Correct.
review and mitigate AI related risk, ensure compliance with global regulations.
Right.
Right. So this is what is something which probably you will have to include,
Yes, sir. I'll include.
right? Promote. Because any roles and responsibilities should be clear for the performer to perform accordingly.
Okay.
That is the reason I mentioned to add the clinical services also, because that is for, as a CEO, he may be performing multiple other tasks, right? Like he is taking care of finances also, he is taking care of the HR also, he is taking care of other infrastructure activity also. But
Correct.
our more interest responsibility related to the AI, and that exactly you have to define, right?
Okay.
From AIMS perspective. So it is fine. Anyone else who is who would like to present?
Let me stop.
Yes. Anyone else?
Do you want me to do it?
Sure, Mr. Satish.
Did it come up?
Yes. Ultimate roles and responsibility of CEO, ultimate accountability, policy oversight, resource allocation, stakeholder engagement. Fine. Now let's see this time someone else, CTO.
Okay.
So CTO responsibility you have mentioned is the technical governance, compliance assurance, ethical AI leadership, innovation and improvement. Don't you think it is very generic? Again, here my point would be from a clinical research perspective, what is the roles and responsibility of CEO, CTO?
Okay.
Right. We are not doing it for the sake of fulfilling the requirement of 42,001. But what is
Okay.
the related AI related roles and responsibility? Like CTO, probably they can approve the algorithm also, right? They can
Yes.
set the objective for algorithm for testing team.
Technical specifications and all that.
Yeah, technical specification and all that. So we have to define it accordingly. And important point is while defining the roles and responsibility, no critical task should be left behind. It shouldn't be like that,
Right.
that no one is responsible for some critical task,
Some critical activity.
some critical activity. That is the more important key takeaway from this particular portion.
Understood.
If there is any ambiguity associated, that means they are not fulfilling the requirement of this clause. 5.2.
If there is too much overlap and if something is totally missing.
Totally missing. I hope everyone have understood it here. I find it one of the most effective activity of defining the roles and responsibility if done genuinely. Because probably you need to think of whether the flat organization, hierarchical organization, matrix organization, what kind of organization should adopt depending upon the other businesses associated. For example, there can be UI UX team. They may be for other application also, and partially they would be working for AI also, right?
Yes, yes.
So in that case, probably you may prefer going for some kind of a projectized organization or matrix organization for some time being. So you will have to, as a lead auditor or implementer, you have to understand the organization structure itself and the way organization functions.
What all domains they are into?
What are the domain they are into, and what is the culture which organization is more comfortable with. Let's say that if it is MNC, They prefer more accountability and with the delegation.
Hierarchy is more.
No, hierarchy is more in Indian organizations, traditional Indian organizations, Korean organizations, Chinese organizations, Japanese organizations. They follow more hierarchy, but US and Europe, they don't follow hierarchy.
Right.
Right. So it's a very like Korean. They are very too tough in hierarchical organization. Okay. So you will have to understand where you are going to implement this artificial intelligence management system, the nature of work which they have, what kind of a culture which organization have. There is a possibility that entire organization is young. There is a possibility that most of the organization is senior. So in all that scenario, you will have to come up with adequate organization structure and the roles and responsibility associated. Assume that organization is having a good experience of people, 20 years, 25 years, 15 years. So sense of,
Mature.
sense of
Mature.
responsibility and sense of responsibility and belongingness would be more. So you can delegate responsibility more adequately, right? You can give them responsibility and rest assured that they would complete it. But if it is a too young organization,
Follow-ups are more needed.
yeah, follow-ups are needed, then there is a different priority of the people concerned. Okay. After certain age, people are settled. So you'll have to think of all those parameters in any of the standard requirement of ISO. This is one of the big tasks related to establishing the roles and responsibilities and organization structure. Then you also have to see the output. Then there are certain cost consideration also comes into picture. Like organization is too small. There are 5 roles are being performed by one person.
One person, yes.
There is a possibility. There is also a kind of a organization, you will see that there are large organization where one role is being performed by 5 person. Right? That is also a possibility. So first, as an implementer, we need to understand the organization, its culture, its way of working, its geography, its location, its current business scenario. Organization is already running, right? It is expanding in AI. That is a different org chart. If organization is first time they are a startup and they are establishing the first time the AI company itself, then there would be different kind of a org chart and roles and responsibility associated. So there are multiple contexts and multiple scenarios, right? As I mentioned also like geography, Korean organization, Chinese organization, Japanese organization, a lot of Indian organization. In India, we are more into hybrid mode because we also work with Japanese companies and US companies also. So there the situation is altogether different. You will have to spend quite a bit of time from implementation perspective to understand the organization. Also, you need to understand the AI solution which they are proposing. Whether it is based on the neural network or based on certain algorithmic machine learning mode, or it is simply a decision tree based. Okay. It is life critical or it is not life critical. So there would be ownership would be different from those perspectives. So you'll have to do a lot of study before continuing this one. This is what the standard is asking for. I hope it is clear to everyone, or any question or any doubt from anyone.
I think I tend to agree with you that in India, this aspect of management system is not very effectively implemented.
Yes, but earlier we used to do it in lately, I would say around mid 2000 onwards, right? When some of the standards they were easily achievable. So that
Right,
time
right.
it started getting diluted. Otherwise, earlier we used to do that. Fine. But now, 42,001, 42,005, sorry, 42,001, they have again started bringing back those culture. And probably you all know that 9,001 is also going to be released either this year or early
Also.
next year.
Yeah, upgraded version.
Upgraded version. There is a quite a bit of change into that one. So they are again trying to go back to what it used to be earlier. And they have started mentioning, yesterday I was mentioning about right from 42,001, there is a solvency law which they have brought in. So they are making auditor accountable for. So you as the auditor would be accountable for
What
certifying
we are
any
certifying.
organization. Yes. So if you will be accountable for, then you will have to follow all these things, whatever is the intent of the standard. Right? So any
I
question
think that
from
will,
anyone? Any more
I think that
questions?
will help in better impartiality.
Yes, yes, and that will also help in a real implementation rather than only plain certification. Because
Yeah, that's what I meant.
if you are not making it context specific, in that case your role becomes diluted as a lead auditor or lead implementer, because then entire focus is that all these certifications are only a documentation. So make a document and get certified.
Just a piece of paper.
Just a piece of paper, but that is not the case. Okay. But again, it will be up to you as an auditor, how much risk you are willing to take. You know, nowadays the SEBI, RBI, they have started blacklisting a lot of auditors. I hope you all are aware of that, right?
What is that?
They have started blacklisting all the auditors.
Okay, who?
SEBI, RBI,
Okay.
even into this domain, information security, business continuity, privacy, because they were found to be too,
Lenient.
I won't use word lenient, but not ethical.
Okay.
Okay. Leniency is allowed in standard audit, not into the compliance audit. Like
Right.
NIST. In NIST, you have to comply to it, right? Either you comply or don't comply. But in standard, you can afford to be lenient as long as the intent of the organization is known. That
Visible.
it is good. It is towards improvement. But standard like NIST, SOC 2, SOC 1, there you can't be lenient. Either organization have implemented it or not implemented it. So that's the reason the compliance audit are comparatively more stringent as compared to this one. It's the standard audit. Because in compliance audit, they don't go with the intent. They only see the evidence.
Evidence.
Evidence. There are multiple differences, like in a standard audit, there are 3 parameters like definition, implementation, and awareness also. In compliance audit, it is directly a compliance, right? We don't need to interact with the human beings of the organization. They will only produce the evidences for the implementation of those controls. So that's the reason they have started blacklisting also a lot of auditors. So that situation is not getting worse over a period of time. So fine. I hope it is clear to everyone. There is no more question. So thank you. Please stop sharing. Yeah, I'm sharing the standard again. I hope this standard is visible.
Yes, sir.
Fine. So we covered the roles and responsibility. With this, we have covered the clause number 5. We are moving to the clause number 6, that is the planning. Now, important point to understand in planning is that, do remember, there are 4 more clauses, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 5 clauses remaining. Now here in this particular clause planning, you are planning for artificial intelligence management system for the organization, which includes everything. It includes processes, it includes people, technology, resources, deployment environment, legal requirements, so many other aspects, right? So you are only doing the planning. You are not actually executing it. You will be executing it in clause number 8. Here, that's the reason they are saying, when planning for the AI management system, the organization shall consider the issues referred to in 4.1. What was in 4.1? That is the issues, organizational issues, what we had listed at that point of time. And the requirement referred to in 4.2 and determine the risk and opportunity that need to be addressed. What is the purpose? Give assurance that the AI management system can achieve its intended outcome. So whenever you are planning for AIMS as a consultant, so you will have to assure that the AI management system can achieve its intended result. That would be your responsibility as a consultant. Prevent or reduce undesired effect. It will prevent or reduce undesired effect. Achieve continual improvement. It would also achieve the continual improvement. So these are the 3 KRA for you as a consultant, which standard have set across. And as a auditor, you will have to see the organization, because leaving aside the consultant is not into the role. Whether organization AIMS is giving assurance that the AI management system can achieve its intended result. Is it adequate to prevent or reduce undesired effects? Is it adequate to achieve continual improvement? If organization is demonstrating that, you will say that it is okay. They are fulfilling the clause 6.1.1 requirement. The organization shall establish and maintain AI risk criteria. This is an important word which is coming up. AI risk criteria. What is risk criteria? Anyone who have idea?
Is this criteria that acceptable or non-acceptable risk?
No, how would you do the risk assessment? The most important point is this one, right?
Yeah.
How would you? Like, you will identify technical risk, non-technical risk.
Impact assessment, basically.
Not impact is also separate. We will come on to that part. Risk
Potential
criteria.
AI threats, potential AI threats, how to counter them.
How to
By,
counter? Hmm?
by including the adversarial testings, at how to make a model fool and all these things.
Hmm. Okay. Anyone else? There is a standard which has been provided with you. There is a call 23894. Is it visible to all of you?
Yeah. 38507.
23894.
23894. Yeah.
It is there into the folder shared.
23894. Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Anyone who is not able to see it? Is it visible to all of you?
Yes.
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the standard which we usually refer to for artificial intelligence risk management. Don't refer it to that for now. We will do it slightly later. First, understand the various clauses. They will be establishing the risk criteria. But understand what is the risk criteria. For that, we will be referring to one more standard that is called the ISO 31000. Anyone who is aware of 31000?
It is enterprise risk management, right?
Yes, it is an enterprise risk management. Fine. Now let us see what enterprise risk management is saying as a criteria. Is it visible?
Yeah.
The organization should specify the amount and type of risk that it may or may not take relative to objective. It should also define criteria to evaluate the significance of risk and to support decision-making processes, like probability, impact, coming up with the risk priority number. Can they accept the legal risk or they can't accept the legal risk? What would be considered high risk, where there is a RPN, risk priority number is more. Those are the criteria. Here, to set risk criteria, the following should be considered: the nature and type of uncertainties. Like if it is a legal risk, it cannot be accepted. If it is a life-threatening risk, it cannot be accepted. If it is a safety risk, it cannot be accepted, because consequences would be more. You also have to define likelihood, time-related factors, consistency in the use of measurement, how the level of risk is to be determined, like multiplied by probability, multiplied by impact, and those things. And how combination and sequence of multiple risks will be taken into account, the organization's capacity. What is capacity? Let us say sometimes that organization have turnover of only 10 lakhs, but fixing the risk is requiring 5 crores of investment. So organization doesn't have capacity to act upon that, right? So then they will be accepting those risks. That is a criteria that will be called the acceptance criteria. So risk mitigation criteria, risk evaluation criteria, risk acceptance criteria, mitigation approaches criteria. There are multiple. All those things that organization will have to establish. This is what they are referring to is here, that the organization shall establish and maintain a risk criteria that support distinguishing acceptable from non-acceptable risk, performing AI risk assessment, conducting AI risk treatment, assessing AI risk impacts. Note 1. Consideration to determine the amount and type of risk that an organization is willing to pursue or retain or provided in ISO 38507 and 23894. Right? You know this 23894? This is the document which
You
we
have
just
just shown.
opened. Yes. That is the 23894. This is what they are saying it here. And ISO IC 38507. So we will be referring here 23894. The organization shall determine the risk and opportunities according to the domain and application context of the neural system, the intended use, the external and internal context described in 4.1. This is what they are mentioning about. Note 2, more than one AI system can be considered in the scope of the AI management system. In this case, the determination of opportunities and uses is performed for each AI system or grouping of AI system. So in our case, there are 3 solutions which they are coming up as per our case study. So all 3 are different AI solutions. So they would be treated as a separately, and there would be risk and impact assessments separately, which would have to be carried out. The organization shall plan actions to address these risks and opportunities, how to integrate and implement the actions into AI management system processes, evaluate the effectiveness of these actions. So do remember, these are the 3 points. Evaluate the effectiveness, integrate and implement the actions, right? That will have to be planned. The organization shall retain documented information for risk management. All the documented information for risk management will have to be retained by the organization. Guidance on how to implement risk management is 23894. The context of the organization and its activities can have an impact onto the organization's risk management activities. That is fine. The way of defining risk and therefore envisioning risk management can vary across sectors and industries. The definition of risk in 3.7 allows a broad vision of risk adaptable to any sector. And they are referring to this Annexure D. So let us see what Annexure D is talking about. This is one of the most important area of this standard, the risk management. You can see use of AI management system across domain or sectors, health, defense, transport, finance, employment, energy, and there are so many other things. So in that case, the risk assessment will have to be carried out according to the domain where they are working on. Fine. While integrating with the management system, other management system. Now let's come back to here. Because every time they are referring to 23894, so then let us understand how 23894 is coming into picture. You all know 31,000 is enterprise risk management. Anyone who is not aware of 31,000, that is enterprise risk management?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So 31,000 is basically an enterprise risk management. This is a separate standard of ISO. It is not a certifiable standard. It is an implementable standard, but organizations are also going for certification against 31,000. It talks about enterprise risk management. Let us see this one. I hope it is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It works based on certain principles. Let us see what those principles are. I hope this diagram is visible. So you can see these are the principles. It should be integrated, structured and comprehensive, customized, inclusive, dynamic, best available information, human and
So could you
cultural.
please zoom it? I'm not able to see. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So these are the principles. Probably wherever you have implemented this principle for risk management will have to be followed. It should be integrated. It cannot be isolated like HR risk is in isolation and development risk is in isolation. No, there will be integrated aspect. For example, if HR is not able to provide adequate resourcing, development deliverable could be at risk. It should be structured and comprehensive. It should be customized according to the organization and its scenario and its needs. It should be inclusive of all the risks and all the functions, all the department. It should be dynamic. That means based on the changing ecosystem of the organization, industry, the regulatory framework, the political framework, financial framework, geopolitical situations. So it should be dynamic enough to be catering to those needs based on best available information and human and cultural factors. It should also be considering the human and cultural factors. As mentioned yesterday, that there are some things which are acceptable in one country but not acceptable in another country. The meaning of some word in one country is ethical, while in another country it is unethical or illegal also. Those are the scenarios. So risk management should be comprehensive enough, considering the human and cultural factors. Probably all of you have seen onto the right side. I hope it is visible to all of you. This is a very popular flow diagram which we usually put in almost every process document. Starting with the scope, context, criteria, risk assessment, risk identification, risk analysis, risk evaluation, risk treatment, and recording and reporting. And in parallel, there are two more activities going on like monitoring and review and communication and consultation. This is what is called process. That is a risk management process. So anywhere you see that people are mentioning this process, they are following the disk diagram. So the source parent document which is giving this flow diagram or process flow diagram is ISO 31000. Is that clear or any doubt from anyone?
It's okay.
Right. So most of the organization, they follow this framework. And then there is a framework which they have provided like integration, design, implementation, evaluation, and improve for leadership and commitment. That is there. They will have to follow and demonstrate this framework. We are following it. So any standard, for that matter, any standard, even other standards are also following the same risk management guideline provided by 31000. Now the question is coming that 31000 is for enterprise risk management. There are multiple other aspects within the organization to look for, like quality, like information security, like privacy, like services, like artificial intelligence. So they all have different risks associated based on the objective. Like there would be different risk for quality perspective, but there would be different risk from information security perspective. There would be different risk from security perspective, and there would be different risk from artificial intelligence management perspective. So what ISO did, they defined this parent standard called 31000, and then they provided additional guidance for certain specific areas. Like for information security, they provided 27005 as a guideline for risk management. 9005 for quality related risk management. Similar way, they came up with 23894, that is for artificial intelligence related risk management. So it is not a separate standard as such. It is in addition to 31000 with some sector specific guideline only for the artificial intelligence perspective. So whenever you are reading or implementing or doing the artificial intelligence risk management, you will have to follow 31001 supported by 23894. Then it would be considered as a complete. Is that clear to everyone or any doubt?
So for AIRM, no need to go with that 31,000.
No, 31,000, as I mentioned, it is a parent standard and 23894 is a child standard.
Yes, this is specifically for AIRM.
It is specifically for AI. Wherever there is some additional requirement from AI perspective, that is only mentioned in 23894.
Sure.
But if you want to follow, you can directly follow 23894 also. But my recommendation is always to refer to 31,000. But in your exam, there won't be any question associated with either 31,000 or 23894. But as a implementation, you need to be very thorough in 31,001 and 23894. And as a auditor also, you need to know that one. That is the reason this is included into this course. You will find not too many questions from this one, but there is a possibility that couple of questions may come also. Right?
Okay. Okay, sir.
I hope it is clear to everyone.
Yes.
Yes.
How it is structured? Yeah, any question?
Not from me.
No. Okay. Like here in this document, you will see, let me just give you some example. We will go through this one, this entire document. Like here here only also you see like dynamic, or this is the principle inclusive. So because of the potentially far-reaching impacts of the AI to stakeholders, it is important into organizations seek dialogue with the diverse internal and external groups. That is the AI specific guideline. But on left side, you see in 31,000 what it means. Appropriate and timely involvement of stakeholders. But on right side, in this document 23894, you will see whole lot of input which are established and available for you to refer to for doing adequate AI risk management. Similarly, go to some sector specific or some specific guideline. Like you can see, generic guidance provided by ISO 31000, organization should consider at least the following statements: the social, cultural, political, regulatory, financial, technological, economic, and environmental factors while doing the risk assessment. This is as recommended by 31,000. So irrespective of whether it is artificial intelligence or information security management system or quality management or service management or privacy management or environment management, whatever it may be, there's 31,000 applicable as it is. But then there are certain additional guidelines in AI. What are those? Relevant legal requirement, including those specifically relating to AI, will have to be factored in while doing the risk assessment. That is additional guideline. Guidelines on ethical use and design of AI automated system issued by government related groups, regulators, standardization bodies, civil society, academia, and industry association will also have to be factored in while doing the risk assessment. That is an additional guideline as provided in 23894 for risk management. Domain specific guidelines and frameworks related to AI. Like let us say that you are using this AI solution for oil exploration company. So in that case, there are certain guidelines for oil exploration. It has massive impact on environment. So that will have to be followed while doing the risk assessment for the domain where you are using this one. That is called additional guideline. They have provided, and you as a lead auditor or as a lead implementer, you should be aware of these points. Is that clear or any doubt from anyone?
Clear, sir.
We will go through this document again in a complete manner. But I think it is 1 o'clock and I believe I missed it. So I would like to stick to it. This is a lunch time, right? Everyone had suggested yesterday that 1 o'clock would be lunch time,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we can break.
So we can break 1 and 45 minutes you all said. So we will be exactly back at 1:45, right?
Yeah.
13:45. And we will continue with this document, ISO 23894, aligned with the 31,000 and 42,001. So those who are 27,001 certified, if you want to refer to 27,005 to understand how it is structured, you can read that as well. Because any information security risk management that follows the 27,005 guideline. And in your previous lead auditor course, probably your trainer would have walked you through this 27,005. So similar like that one, here you are following the 23894 for artificial intelligence related points. So just after lunch, we will start with the 23894. Then we will go with the 42,001 controls. After that, there would be a major exercise of the risk assessment. You will be defining a process for the risk assessment, followed by you would be doing the risk assessment for the case study what we have selected. Right?
Okay.
Sure, sir.
Okay. So let's break for lunch and meet again at 13:45.
Thank you.
Is everyone back?
I'm
Yeah,
back,
I'm
sir.
back.
What about others?
Yes, sir, back.
Yes, sir, back.
Back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start now. So we were here, right? Now let us understand the framework. All these points are, but before that, let us understand the principles.
Sir, before that, I have a question.
Yeah.
Suppose there is a team or there is an organization which has not or which has missed, let us say, some part of 23894. So in the audit, will that be an NC or it will be an observation?
It will be observation, not a NC.
Okay.
Because it is not a binding.
Okay, sir.
We can't give NC against 23894. Or any
But-
NC would be against 42001 only.
But let us say in their policy or somewhere they have mentioned that we are going to follow 23894. Then if they specifically or explicitly state that we are following 23894 for the risk management, and
Yeah.
then they have not followed somewhere 23894 or they have missed a point on 23894, then it becomes a binding, isn't it?
No. Even if they have mentioned, they will follow. So
Uh-huh.
they will follow that as a guideline, right? Not necessarily. If you want to follow, let's say, NIST 600, you don't want to follow 23894.
Mhm.
There is a possibility.
No, I'm saying that let us say in their AI policy, they have clearly stated that the organization will follow 23894 for the risk assessment and will make sure that we are, let us say, we
Compliant.
adhere to all the norms or everything which is given in
Yeah,
238.
if they have defined, if they have said, then it would be NC, no doubt.
Okay, that is what my question was. Thank you.
Any other question? From previous session?
No, sir, not from me.
Anyone else? Okay, so we can continue. Don't forget that we started this discussion of 23894 based on 42,001, which clause? Anyone who remembers that?
Clause number 6.
Clause number 6. So that means we are planning for artificial intelligence management system. This clause number 6 is same in 27,001 also, but with different perspective. Okay. So let us see this one. Six, planning. Actions to address risk and opportunities. So here in this particular section, we were 23894, note 1, note 2, and note 3 also. 23894, that's what everywhere they are referring to. So that's the reason we are following that one. Now, further, if you see 6.1.2, that AI risk assessment. The organization shall define and establish an AI risk assessment process. Do remember, defining the risk assessment process, that is the requirement. So organization will establish a risk assessment process aligned with 23894 and 31000. Fine. So is informed by and aligned with the AI policy. So their risk assessment process should be aligned with the AI policy, their objective, their domain, and other multiple factors. Is designed such that repeated AI risk assessment can produce consistent, valid, and comparable result. Your process should be in such that if there are two different people following the same process, they should be coming up with the same kind of a result. Process should also address analyzes the AI risk to assess the potential consequences to the organization, like impact, likelihood. You are evaluating the AI risk too. The organization shall retain documented information about the AI risk assessment process. Now, about this risk assessment process, there is a guideline in 23894. Let us see that how they are. But before we jump onto that one, I just refer to 42001, that why we refer to it. So let us establish. There are certain principles which you have to follow. We talked about that. Number one, it should be integrated. In 31001, risk management is an integral part of all organization activity. So whether it is a human resource, it is a deployment team, it is a design team, it is a testing team, or it is a project management team. That is an integral part of organization activities. There is no additional guidance beyond 31000. So these guidelines with respect to integrated that remain to be same over here also. Structured and comprehensive, it is exactly same in 31000. Customized, it is also the 31000. There is no additional guideline which are provided. Now the point is inclusive. I hope you all can see this one. It is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So now you see in 31000, there is an inclusive, the policy principle number 4, inclusive. Appropriate and timely involvement of stakeholders enables their knowledge, views, and perceptions to be considered. This results in improved awareness and informed risk management. So all the people concerned should be included. They should be participative into the risk assessment methodology. There are certain implications for the development and use of AI. So there are additional guidelines, you can say. Because of the potentially far-reaching impacts of AI to stakeholders, it is important that organizations seek dialogue with diverse internal and external groups, both to communicate harms and benefit, and to incorporate feedback and awareness into the risk management process. That will have to be incorporated. Organizations should also be aware that the use of AI system can introduce additional stakeholders. The areas in which the knowledge, views, and perception of stakeholders are of benefit include but are not limited to machine learning risk. Right. So machine learning related risk needs to be identified, appropriate to fulfill its objective. Stakeholders can help in the identification of risk regarding the data collection. The complexity of AI technologies creates challenge. There are multiple like LLMs, there are algorithm, there are different codes which are being followed. There is a high level of complexity associated. Okay, so that will also have to factor in while doing the risk assessment. The diversity of AI technologies further drives into challenges due to characteristics such as multiple types of data modalities, AI model topologies, and transparency and reporting mechanism that should be selected per stakeholders' needs. A stakeholder can help to identify the goal and describe the means for enhancing transparency and explainability. Another point, again mentioning, remember, we are talking about inclusivity. So you are including the machine learning team, you are including the data team, you are including the application development team, you are including all other stakeholders associated, including your prospective users. Using AI system for automated decision making. Let us say that you are using the AI for automated decision making, like autopilot mode. They are automatically taking decisions based on the certain circumstances and scenarios. So using AI system for automated decision making can directly affect internal and external stakeholders. Such stakeholders can provide their views and perceptions concerning, for example, where human oversight can be needed. Let us say that you have developed or organization have developed a AI solution for doctors to recommend certain medicine. Now, the same can be used by patient also directly, but then doctor can say that this AI solution will work only when there's some doctor is available nearby. Those are the factors, and you will have to do the risk assessment related to that one. Doctor can provide further input onto that one, what consequences are there if they use this AI solution for recommending that medicines. So you will have to factor in those also while doing your risk assessment. Any question in inclusive part?
No.
No. Then there are certain guidelines in dynamic. What is in 31,000? Risk can emerge, changes or disappear as an organization's external and internal context changes. Some changes are there. All of a sudden, Data Protection Act was introduced in India. So a whole lot of risk related to data protection that had come in. Earlier, it was not there. Let's say tomorrow India come up with some artificial intelligence law. In that case, there would be a huge amount of risk. So always the risk is dynamic. Sometimes new risk appears, sometimes older risk, they are no longer relevant. That's what ISO 31000 is referring as a part of dynamic, that it should be dynamic enough. There are additional guidance. To implement the guidance provided by 31,000, organizations should establish organizational structure and measure to identify issues and opportunities related to emerging risk, their trends, technology uses, and actors related to AI system. That's the reason in this particular org chart, probably you would have seen, we have linked it with the AI lifecycle. The org chart is slightly more elaborated than any other standard as such of ISO, so that all the risk by the respective phases and life cycle can be addressed accordingly. Dynamic risk management is particularly important for AI system because the nature of AI system is itself dynamic. It is evolving due to continuous learning. You know, all the AI system, they are continuously learning, including the ChatGPT, based on the data which is being fed to into their system. And they are training their model on almost very frequently on a dynamic way, that they are calling it training the models. They are training their own model. So the nature of AI system is itself dynamic due to continuous learning, refining, evaluating, and validating. Additionally, some AI systems have the ability to adopt and optimize based on this loop, creating dynamic changes on their own. So that means there are different kind of a risk which is coming, which is automatically or dynamically coming on the way, that requires to be continuously evaluated and assessed from each product perspective. So this dynamic risk can vary based on the application. Like in our case study, there are 3 different ones, right? So there can be 3 different dynamic situations based on which continuously the risk assessment will have to be carried out by the organization. Customer expectation around AI system are high and can potentially change quickly as the system themselves do. So because the systems are changing, so customer perception and expectations are also changing. From that point of view, risk assessment should be dynamic enough to take care of these things. And as I mentioned earlier, the legal and regulatory requirements related to AI are frequently changing and being updated. So that is also a parameter which needs to be considered as a part of dynamic principle. So this principle will have to be followed by the organization, that their risk assessment should be dynamic enough. Okay. Integration with the management system on quality, environment, footprint, safety, healthcare, legal, or corporate responsibility, or any combination of these maintained by the organization can also be considered to further understand and manage AI-related risk to the organization, individuals, and societies. So all this risk, integration with the management system on quality risk, environmental risk, footprint risk, they also can be integrated so that AI risk can adequately be minimized and mitigated to the extent they are required to be. Any question from anyone in dynamic part as a principle? No issue. So next one, best available information. There are additional guidelines taking into account the expectation that AI affects the way individuals interact with the and react to technology. It is advisable for the organizations engaged in the development of AI system to keep track of relevant information available regarding the further uses of the AI system that they develop. While users of AI system can maintain records of the uses of those systems throughout the entire lifetime of the AI system. So all the time best available information, including your user guide, including your help file, or including how the system is going to be functioning. As AI is an emerging technology and constantly evolving, historical information can be limited and future expectation can change quickly. Organizations should take this into account any best available information. For example, yesterday we took some example that the data of between 1980 to 2000 may no longer be relevant in 2025. So if organizations is taking that one, adequately the risk assessment will have to be carried out. And the risk associated with that will have to be identified and mitigation approaches will have to be addressed. That is what the best available information principle will have to be followed. The next one, human and cultural factor, we talked about that there are certain words which in one culture is fine, but in another culture it is offensive, treated as offensive. There are certain other points which varies from culture to culture, locations to locations. There are certain illegalities also involved, some legal, some societal norms. There are multiple, I would say there is a whole lot of list associated like human rights. Then there are certain parameters associated with the racism. There are certain, every country there is different kind of a law associated with all those things. So those are the points which will have to be taken care adequately, and all the risks related to human and cultural factors from AI perspective, and depending upon the geography which they are going to be serving, it will have to be identified. The last one is a continual improvement. So any risk of continual improvement, whether it is a data improvement or it is algorithm improvement or application users improvement or user perception improvement or legal adopting the legal practices, those are the points. So continual improvement will also be one of the principle which will have to be followed by the risk management or whatever process organization is establishing. That should be based on these 7 principles adopted or coming from ISO 31001 and further 31000 and further elaborated into this standard 23894. So now any question from anyone on these principles? No question. So I would suggest for 5 minutes, all of you to read these 7 principles, because there are certain implications and there are exam questions in this one. So I recommend all of you to read exactly for 5 minutes. Hope that is okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yes, yes.
So 5 minutes, please read all the principles and let me know in case you have any question.
Continual improvement is also a principle.
Sorry?
Is continual improvement also considered a principle of
Yes,
this?
that is also a principle.
Then that makes it 8 principle.
8 principles, right? Fine. Read it carefully and then let us have a question. I didn't count it, there are total 8 principles.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
mentioned
sorry.
in 31,000 as well.
Okay.
I hope all of you have read it.
Going through, going through.
Any question from anyone?
When we talk about these 8 principles, so
Yes.
when we are identifying the risk basically for a particular company, do we need to incorporate these 8 principles and identify risk with respect to these 8 principles?
Yes. And you will have to define process aligned with these 8 principles.
Yeah.
For risk assessment, risk treatment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Any other point from anyone? Definitely there would be some question associated with the principles. So no question. Let's move on to the next one. Framework. We talked about the framework. You see again this 31,000. This is the framework on left side.
I had a question regarding the principle on best available
Yes.
information. So what exactly do we interpret?
I said that if there is some AI company using data between 1980 to 2000,
Okay.
right, in 2025, for example, let us say that female employment, earlier in
Right.
they are coming up with some AI solution and they are taking the data from 1980 to 2000. It is no longer relevant because context and situation have changed. Earlier between 1980 to 2000, it was not that much, but now it is quite a good.
Okay.
So if they start predicting based on the 1980 to 2000 data, their entire prediction will not be correct. So they will have to probably take the recent information, best available information as of today, or certain technological aspect which are evolving on day-to-day basis. So they will have to incorporate the latest technology, whatever is available.
So should that not be covered under dynamic? That should get automatically covered under dynamic.
No, it's not dynamic because it's an old one.
No, I'm saying best available technology now. So
best available technology is something different and dynamic is something different. Like dynamic is something which is being introduced dynamically. For example, let us say some data, some law which is being introduced, right? There is all of a sudden, you will find it, there is a lot of flood which have come on the way. In Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, all over North India, there are certain problems associated with that. There is certain tariff which are being imposed on India by the Trump and their administration. There was a war.
That is an emerging risk.
Yeah, that is emerging risk is a dynamic risk.
So Trump putting 50% tariff is the emerging risk. It was not there earlier.
It has already come.
Yeah, it was not there previously, but now it has emerged.
Yeah, it is not a yes. It is not a risk. A risk is that probably some of our business may be lost because of that. Taxation, it is a country's prerogative, right? India can also impose the reciprocal tax. It is not a risk. It is a sovereignty right. Every country has that right. But the risk is we will have to either mitigate either by diversifying it or by providing more taxation benefit.
Counter.
Yeah, countering it. That would be the mitigation approaches. Risk is like losing the business because of these. There can be current account deficit. That is a risk. There is no situation, there is no challenge, but in case of China, the current account deficit is much larger, right?
Right.
So they are the but in case of China, because it is going on for last 40 years, we are importing more and exporting less because of various reasons, and there is no solution which is viable or visible in front of us. So mostly governments are accepting that risk, but That is not a dynamic risk. That is something which is a known risk. But this Trump case, that would definitely be a dynamic risk. All of a sudden, because Data Protection Act, in India, the law is there, but it is not yet implemented. There is no guideline associated with that. So it is not risk. All of a sudden, let's say next week, they release the guideline. In that case, that would be a dynamic risk for the organization, and immediately they will have to incorporate that. This flood situation, let's say that server is in Himachal Pradesh, main server. Will that be a dynamic risk or no?
It is a risk.
Because this flood was not in Jammu Kashmir, in Uttar Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, all part of the North India. There is a not only North India, but even South also, some places, right? On western part of India, on eastern part of India, there is again a flood. So they all are dynamic risk associated with that one. There is a power supply shortage in a lot of places. Okay. There is a landslide which are happening. So they all are considered to be a dynamic risk, and that all of a sudden, let's say that some organization is operating in Jammu and Kashmir. And you know that there is a landslide, there is a power outage. So immediately the risk will have to be readjusted accordingly. There is a flood also. There are certain other risks like if your data center, let us assume the data center someone have kept in New York. New York is very notorious from law and order perspective. We all know that, right? So sometimes the situation changes. Spain, that is also notorious from law and order perspective. Italy. There are multiple situations that is considered to be a dynamic risk associated with them. As I mentioned, the laws is another dynamic aspect. Some technology change, some information security, new situation which are coming. What happened in case of CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike, you all know, right? I hope you all are aware of the CrowdStrike case. Entire Microsoft cloud environment that went down because of one wrong deployment of CrowdStrike patch. So they all are the dynamic risks, and immediately organization will have to act something to incorporate it. They can't say that my risk management was same what it was in 2024. It is the same in 2025 also.
It cannot remain same.
It cannot remain same. And as a auditor, as a implementer, you will have to implement a system which is dynamic enough to incorporate the current situations. Sometimes it may require updating it maybe twice in a day. And sometimes for 3 months, there is no change into the ecosystem. So there is no change in the risk also.
Right, sir, understood.
So if no change in ecosystem, then that will come into the drift, na? There is no drift.
What are you considering as a drift?
Drift when a sudden change in any concept or any data will come.
No, data will keep on evolving.
Yes.
Right? Because in any AI solution, every time when let's say that you are searching something, like we searched from ChatGPT, certain questions we asked for, right?
Yes.
Now, what question we asked for that went into their database?
Yes.
Okay. And they immediately, based on that prompt, that these are the questions which are coming up, they updated their algorithm. That
Yes, and they
okay.
give response to us.
Yes, so the data is getting updated. That also went into their data.
Yes, that is correct, sir. But just following a question with respect to the question of Rajesh sir, that this dynamic risk management, when you look into the first point, the nature of AI system itself is dynamic. So as a tester as an AI tester, I have some idea that nature of AI system is non-deterministic and non-probabilistic in nature. Okay, every time you are giving the same input, it is not going to give you the same output. Always it is
No,
going to
why
give
not?
you.
Why not?
So because we are not following any rule-based system there, that yes, if this is the data, then you have to give this only this result or output to us.
No,
Because it is just learning on the patterns and trends, and patterns and trends may be different with respect to each and every query we are giving to our model or our system.
yeah, that is because your data segmentation, data rationalization or data normalization that has been carried out accordingly, right? Let us assume a situation,
Yes,
right?
that is
You
carried
are
out.
AI testing, right? You are testing the AI solution, right?
Yes.
Any example which you would like to take? What kind of a system, what kind of a output it is expected to provide?
Okay, for example, I have a dog and cat classification system. Okay. And I want a system which is going to give me a classification among these two, but I'm not explicitly mentioned that yes, these breeds of dogs and these breeds of cats I am going to consider for my particular use case. Okay.
Right, but
So
assume a situation. Let us take this example, right?
yes.
You
Okay.
are
Let's take this.
you are giving a photograph as a prompt,
Yep.
and you have certain database available, right?
Yes.
Based on that photograph, you are checking whether the eyes, nose, and
All the features
head,
of my
all
model
that.
is going to learn all the features and patterns of the data, and then on the basis of those data and patterns,
No,
it will give me the output.
yeah, you are not. There is no pattern as such. It would be same. Like let's say for one breed of dog, right? Their pattern would almost be same. Their eyes would be almost similar. Their nose would be almost similar.
But so if you look into the life cycle of a dog, life cycle means when it is a puppy, then it grows and it grows,
Yes,
it is 5 years and like that, then the features, the size, if you look into the form of numbers, then it will definitely change. It will not
absolutely
remain
right.
same.
Yes, absolutely right. That would change. And that
Yes.
we call it data segmentation, that data segmentation of 1 month age, data segmentation of 2 month age, 3 month age, 4 month age, during the entire life cycle of 12, 13 years, right?
Yes.
Now let us say that you don't have that large database available.
So, sir, if we have to make the system like that, then definitely we have to make a pipeline where every time a new data is going to be fed into the model, and which is not
Yes.
possible.
Now what
So we
you
have to make certain rules or certain parameters that yes, up to the with these amounts of data points I have when I am training my model, and yes, these are the validation points I'm testing my model. Okay, so at that, why I am telling this, that this is a nature of AI system, that it has to be probabilistic and non-deterministic, because it is not going to tell you that yes, this is a cat and this is a dog. It will always give you the probability with respect to the percentage, that this is 80% cat, 90% dog, 90% and 10% cat. It will not give you the yes or no answer.
Yeah, that is because you don't have that data set available as of today.
Yes.
It is
Because
possible that if this data set is available 20 years down the line.
Can I chip in, please?
Yes.
Sir, I think the classic difference of opinion here is because we are trying to compare a deterministic system with a non-deterministic system. Even if I have, for example, millions and millions of pictures of dog over a year, I will still say that my system will be able to identify a dog, and that probability will increase to, let us say, 99.9%, or it will increase to, let us say, 100%. But probability of an answer is kind of, the, uh, a base of any AI system. AI system can never say that this is straight away. It cannot be black and white. Like, for example, if I do on a calculator 2 plus 2, the answer comes as 4. That is always 4. It will not change. But in a non-deterministic system, which specially is AI, a 2 plus 2 will be shown as 4, but there will also be another thing along with it, that how probability of this answer being correct is. So in testing a AI system, that probability is also taken into picture. So it is what answer you are getting and what is the probability of that answer. I think where we can all agree to is that when we are auditing a system, we should see whether that probability of the right answer has been taken into account or not during the testing of the system. So as auditor, we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, but the point of discussion was slightly different. Point she was mentioning about, correct me if I understood it wrong, that let us take that as an example because we are talking about the dynamic risk, right?
Yes.
Now, there are certain scenarios and situations that as of today, we have only 50,000 data of dog's breed,
Okay.
50,000 photos. Now, based on that 50,000 photo, we have to extrapolate whether it is a dog or cat, right?
Yes.
We have not all the possible variety in our database. That's the
Yes.
reason there is always a probability factor associated.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Assume a situation when you have all the variety of your data.
Okay.
For example, let us take an example that word meaning. Fine. You
Yes,
are
sir.
converting from text to speech, and you know one word meaning, one word of English may have 10 meaning in other language.
Yes, sir.
That is a possibility, right?
Yes.
But that is for sure that only there are only 10 meanings.
Okay.
Nothing more than that. There is no 11th meaning.
Okay.
So in that case, your data is complete.
But even there, probability will be 100% in that case. But probability has to be taken into account.
Yes, yes. So probability would be 100. But
The
the
pro-
point is that we can't wait for another 20 years for
So that's why,
correcting our
sir,
data.
that's why in the AI systems, even if the probability, there should be a threshold. So we are, deviating away from 42,001
No,
right
no, no.
now.
We are not
But,
deviating. This
but
would be objective.
but the objective of any AI system, what will be that probability which will be acceptable by in the risk has to be given, that if the probability of the right answer is, let us say, 98% and above, we will take that answer as correct. If the probability is less than 98%, then we will not take that answer as correct from AI.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
that
but
kind of check should be there.
yes, but then in order to understand that probability, there are various statistical model adopted.
Yes, that we took at the time of evaluation of models and all this.
Evaluation of the model. Let us say that you are establishing some kind of a correlation model. Y is equal to mx square plus cx plus d based on the data, whatever you have. And there are certain associated R square.
Yes.
We will do those exercises later on. But this is not deviating from the topic because you have to have your accuracy objective defined as a part of your AI system. That what would be the accuracy of our point number 1, what we are delivering. That means the clinical research. Let's say that it is accurate to 90%. Do you think it is agreeable? Can we administer that clinical trial research-based medicine with 90% accuracy to anyone?
So that will
Government
depend.
will not allow.
So that will depend on the norms of, for example, in India, the efficacy of a drug has a range. Okay, Rajesh can probably talk more about it, given that
Yes.
he is from the pharma background or anybody from the pharma. The efficacy range has been given. So probably it is, 80% or more for the generic drugs. Now, for any drug which has 80% or more efficacy is okay as per the government. So will 90% be okay or not will depend upon the local regulations or the
Regulations.
government regulations of that particular place, which can be different in US, can be different in India, can be different in Japan, and so on and so forth.
Right. But one point, let us say that there are two aspects, not one point. Number one, how this 80% is being calculated. That is the important point, right? 80% efficacy is how it is being assessed upon. It is also based on certain data.
It's not actually efficacy. It is the concentration of the active molecule within a tablet or a
Within a tablet, right?
drug.
Yes.
So
that is
range acceptable range from India is 80 to 120%.
80 to
120%, 100 plus minus 20.
Right. But there are also certain countries, this is in India. Let us say that we go to South Africa, Uganda, Nigeria. There is a possibility that there is no law.
They may have a more lenient.
Either there is a lenient law or they don't have any law. If they won't have lenient law, they will always refer to some other country's laws for that
Even
plan. But even if assume that there is no law, so can
Right.
organizations say that I won't factor in that law?
No, they can't, because a human is
Much
involved.
more precious, right?
Yes, yes.
Human factor is much more precious. So they will have to
Absolutely.
define, that is their ethical requirement, to go with certain known factors, known parameters. Now, I mean, we will come on this point slightly later when we reach to that operational control. But
So
here the
that
point was that in dynamic risk point, right? If we see that our data is not adequate enough to predict more than 70% in case of dog or cat identification, let us assume a situation and testing team is unable to do that testing. Fine. Can we say that it is acceptable just because we don't have data?
No, lack of data cannot be a justification.
Right.
Lack
Now,
of knowledge about
can-
a law cannot be acceptable for breaking the law.
Right. Can we say that we are unable to do the testing because we don't have all the possible scenarios associated? Who is forcing to deploy it if you don't have data? This is what Microsoft CEO also and Google, both of them, they said around few months back. It will take several years. It will take several years before we reach to that stage of accuracy. But do you think in flight landing or navigation system or takeoff system, can we operate based on the 80% accuracy?
No, sir. There
We will
even
be sitting
Six
in that
Sigma,
flight.
even Six Sigma will not be enough there. So that's okay.
Yeah. So in that case, in your network, in your possible scenarios and consequences, you will have to factor in 100% scenario. If let's say that wind speed is 20 kilometer per hour, then how we will be landing? If the wind speed is 19.5 kilometer per hour, then how would be landing? 19 kilometer, then how would be landing? And they will have to establish some kind of a correlation into their AI model, right? And they are doing that. What would be the angle at what they would be landing their flights in autopilot mode, depending upon the wind speed, depending upon the humidity, depending upon the rain, depending upon the temperature, depending upon the height, depending upon the frictions of the airport, right? Depending upon the elevation, because the air pressure is different on various other elevations. So there are multiple scenarios which 100% will have to be incorporated before allowing that system to operate. Yes, in this case, dog and cat identification, because it is not going to be life-threatening. So in that case, you can allow with the less number of data set as well.
So the problem with the assumption there that we can get 100% all scenarios have to be incorporated, then it becomes a deterministic system because I know what will happen for a given output. Once it is deterministic, then you don't need AI because basic programming can handle it. So nowhere in AI system it can inch closer to 100%. It 100% would be the peak of AI. Uh, Even for an autopilot, autopilot will not work. I'm just clarifying. Autopilot is never engaged for a takeoff or landing, specifically for this scenario. Autopilots can work only in when the flight is at least risk. What they call in avionics, they call it least risk scenario.
Yes.
So 100%.
Because they don't have data for all the scenario. That's the reason they are saying
Okay,
supervised
so basically,
learning.
yeah. So once I have data for all scenarios, that if I give X number of parameters are there, and if each of these parameters have these values, this should be the output. Then it becomes just a, it is no more a statistical problem. It becomes a clear case. I have an output. I know if I give these inputs, this will be the output.
So that's what you are replacing the human being as a part of AI. Na?
And then that becomes a deterministic system. For a deterministic system, you don't need artificial intelligence. You don't need a neural network. You don't need a machine to learn, because
I have
that can be
slightly different.
programmatically handled.
I have slightly different view onto the last point what you said. Rest everything is in agreement that you don't need, because if there is some deterministic system associated, then only you will be able to replace any human being, right? Otherwise, there will always be dependency on human being.
So if I have a deterministic system, I can replace a human being, but for that, I don't need AI. I can write code for it. Plain code can be written. If
That
then
depends
else.
upon the data. That depends upon the data and scenarios what you have, right? That
Probably.
is the assumption that you have 100% scenario, 100% of the cases associated.
Sanjeev sir, the point here is if I have 100% of the cases and 100% of the scenarios, then I don't require AI in the first place.
Yeah, I can just write a decision table and
I
say,
can just write something, and I can, I can do that with coding, the reason why AI system is used is because you cannot have all the permutations and combinations of input and output for everything. It is theoretically impossible to get all the combinations.
No, we are seeing that one. There are possibilities and people are using that one. And that's where they are confident that they can replace the human being. Because what as a human being, we are required to do that. Now, when you are saying that AI and coding, automation, there is a difference between these two. That is the reason it is AI, because there is all the scenarios where they are factoring in. Otherwise, it is being called as a automation only, even now. You are getting my point, what I am saying? I
Sir,
can take several examples associated.
Sir, actually the problem here is that JP, me, Deepika, we are working on AI systems from the last 5 years. We are deeply involved in the system. So that's why we know what we are speaking. But anyways, we will, we should stop here. Otherwise, we will keep continuing this.
Yes.
Let us move forward. I think that will be a best way to move forward,
But the
Sure.
whole
So we
group,
were talking about the dynamic risk part. That's where I said on to that particular aspect. There are multiple situations which we are coming across. There are people who are developing radiological services. There are medicine recommendation which are happening. There is the education sector. They are using it. There are oil exploration. They have multiple high linear regressions which they are using it. Highly complex equation, algorithmic equation, which they are using it. Autopilot mode is something which is another example associated, right? Even something which is used while on Chandrayaan 3, probably you all would know that one, right? Chandrayaan 2 had failed. There were some aspect which was brought in from AI perspective in Chandrayaan 3, and probably it landed because they categorize all the scenario. That's the reason it was able to do that. So I completely agree that you are and you have your own system, no doubt about that. But in your own system, if you are not complying to, or there are certain challenges associated from your own system, in that case, that will have to be factored in and that will have to be identified as a dynamic risk. Like yesterday, your data set was able to predict 70% accuracy. Today, it may increase from 70 to 70.01%, tomorrow 70.02%, but it should continuously improve toward that direction. And your aim is to have all the scenarios possible, not today, maybe in another 5 years, maybe in another 10 years, maybe in another 20 years or 100 years. That's another aspect altogether. But that's what entire artificial intelligence is aiming towards, that they are able to replace any human being by incorporating or making all the decision what a human person can take at any point of time. This is what they are referring to as a part of a dynamic risk. Over and above the legal risk, regulatory risk, political risk, contractual risk, environmental risk, all those, they are a lot of time, they are dynamic. That's what was the question, right? Deepika, is that clear to you? Or
Yes,
any doubt, any more doubt which you have?
no, sir, no. As of now, it's clear.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's move on. If there are no more questions, so let's move on to that point.
Sure, sir, sure.
Framework, we talked about that. Let us see these frameworks. Integration, design, implementation, evaluation, and improvement. This is a so you have to have it integrated. You have to design the risk management according to the organization. You have to implement this risk management. You have to evaluate the effectiveness of risk management process, whatever you have adopted, and then the continuous improvement. On right side processes, we will talk about that slightly later. Then there is a leadership and commitment. The guidance provided in ISO 31000 applies. In addition to that, due to the particular importance of trust and accountability related to the development and use of AI system, top management should consider how policies and statements related to AI risk and risk management are communicated to stakeholders. Who all are the stakeholders? Your user are also stakeholders. Like in our case study, who are the user? So general patients are the user of any medicine which was researched. So in that case, that will have to be communicated all risk to the users that, okay, my medicine is 80% accurate with 80% of whatever the criteria which you have. That is something based on the 80% of accuracy we are administering it to you. So the patient should also know that they are taking or consuming a medicine where there is a confidence level of 80% associated. The next point is the integration. We all talked about that. Design, we have discussed it. One aspect, consideration, generic guidance provided by ISO 31000. This the social, cultural, political, legal, all those things that is part of 31000. But here, relevant legal requirement, guidelines on ethical uses. So whenever you are coming up with the AI solution, there would be ethical uses associated by default in clinical research or any other for that matter. So that will also have to be adequately evaluated from risk management perspective, that whether it can be used ethically or no. Like ChatGPT, there is a possibility that people can learn how to make a bomb. So now they have stopped, I think. I saw a few days back that they are not providing. They are saying that, I don't know what you are asking for. So they have put in certain control not to tell these kind of information to any organization as such. Contractual relationship risk. So these are the parameters which you can refer to, key drivers and trends affecting the objectives of the organization, any risk related to that, external stakeholder related risk, perception related risk, values risk, needs risk, expectations risk, contractual risk, complexity of network risk. There are so many points. You have to consider when establishing the internal context of the organization, vision, mission, strategy, capability, all those points we have already discussed. So I'm moving on to the next point. There should be risk management committee who should have adequate expert associated. Like let us say that if I am a process person, so probably I can't identify all the machine learning related risks. So machine learning related risk will have to be identified by the respective machine learning person. So there should be adequate involvement of all the people concerned. Fine. From a governance perspective. These you can read it, implementation, all those points, continually improvement. These were the principles which we talked about. Now let's move on to the risk management process. What is the meaning of process? Anyone?
Step-by-step execution of a task.
Step with predefined outputs or outputs.
We talked about this point in our initial introductory session. Anyone who remembers that? There is a defined set of input which transforms into output in between whatever step is followed. So there is an input, there is output, and in between the task which to be carried out. And we talked about the ETVX model, entry, task, validation, and exit model. So in your view, what would be the entry criteria for risk assessment?
Project is initiated.
Okay. So project initiated, okay.
Yeah, project initiated.
Hmm. So only project initiated would be a risk entry criteria? Because project would be initiated once, but after next 10 years, it will not be. The same project will continue. So that means that there would be for 10 years, there will not be any risk assessment, right?
But the project will manage the
Risk
register
management is a dynamic process.
Yeah, just register will be there on the ongoing project, which will be continuously looked in for any residual risk.
Your voice is very low.
No, so what I was saying is, Sanjeev, there will be a project risk register, right? So though the project is one time initiated, the project team will be managing the risk tracker or the register where they will be continuously evolving the risks, right?
Yeah,
So
but what would be the triggering point when they will be starting the risk assessment? One is, of course, at the time of project initiation.
Correct.
But is that complete?
No. It is an ongoing process. It is not a one time. It will be an ongoing process.
Yeah, but ongoing when? What would be the triggering point for ongoing? Ongoing means we can do it after every 2 years.
No, basically it's a periodic trigger. So we can say maybe it depends on the nature of the project, whether it's a bi-weekly, monthly, bi-monthly.
Anyone else? So usually we call it triggering point as anything which is triggering to this. For example, any change into the ecosystem, any change in political environment, any change in legal environment, any change in technological environment that will lead to or any change into your data. There is a possibility that you are adding some more data sets. You are bringing in new data field also. There is a possibility. That would be entry criteria. Any change in that? So any change into the ecosystem probably will re-trigger the risk assessment. That would be entry criteria over and above at the time of project creation.
How about risks and how about assumptions and dependencies? Generally, teams do have something called assumption and dependencies, and then which they will be tagging with along with the project plan, right? So
Yeah,
that could also be
No, that is assumptions and dependencies are certain. One of the criteria for risk is that it is not certain.
Okay.
It is uncertain. Anything certain, like you are assuming. Let us say that you are assuming that there is no AI law in India as of now. So you are coming up with certain estimation that this project will take 3 years to complete, right? So you estimated based on that assumption of there is no any AI law in India.
Right.
After 1 year, you saw that there is a new law which has been introduced in India now, which you need to comply. So your project may take another 1 year to complete that one, because it was based on that assumption on that day. You know, it is not a risk, it is your assumption, right?
Right.
What was the risk? Risk is that if there is change in law, the timeline will get impacted.
So that would be an unforeseeable risk.
That would be unforeseeable because we are not a parliament. We can't introduce or produce. It is a prerogative of parliament, right? So when they will come up with some law, we don't know.
We will start with the foreseeable risks, and
Yes, so we will always start with the foreseeable risk, but risk is where there is no 100% certainty. If it is a certainty, that means it is no longer a risk, it is an issue. It will go into
Right.
your issue register. Is that fine, or any doubt or any difference of opinion?
no, it's okay, sir.
Okay. So risk management process. Now we were talking about the risk management process and we were talking about the entry criteria. So entry criteria for risk management would be number 1, when projects or product is getting initiated. Entry criteria for number 2, whenever there is any change into the ecosystem with respect to law, with respect to political environment, with respect to technology change, with respect to data change, with respect to all the factors, whatever we discussed as a part of principles. Fine. There may not be accuracy requirement today as per the law. For example, what we took an example for dog and cat identification, that is fine. Let's say tomorrow government of India brings that any business whose prediction is less than 94%, 95%, they are not allowed to. So what you will have to do? You will have to increase your database and scenarios. Till then, probably you will have to discontinue your business. Similar way, like they are coming up with a lot of regulations related to multiple other factors. Fine. They are using the SCADA system. There are a lot of artificial intelligence which they are using, directly controlling the devices and sensors. They have now also coming up with some kind of a Kavach system for Indian Railways that automatically it stops the train once it crosses the red light. And then subsequent, based on that input, based on that sensor, the subsequent red lights are all the train operations are stopped across the line till the time this issue is resolved. So there are multiple scenarios or any changes into the ecosystem. The short point is that any risk is realized. In that case, again, they will do the risk assessment. So you will have to think of all the possible scenarios when this entry will trigger for the risk assessment. Some organizations have imposed that if there are certain losses also, then it will trigger for the risk assessment. Whether they will be able to cope up financially or they will not be able to cope up financially. There are organizations I am seeing that in risk management process, they have introduced that if any critical resources, there is a attrition, there is they are leaving the organization, then they will also again do the risk assessment that will trigger to the risk assessment, depending upon the criticality of the system. I'll take the example IBM. That is a classical example because they have in their R&D division, there are a very high level of critical resources. So once they do a leave, they do the risk assessment and then they reprioritize the task associated with that one. Okay. So there are multiple contexts. You as a consultant or as a lead implementer, you will have to decide what is going to be the correct scenario when the risk assessment process would trigger. Now the next point is what would be the process itself. You have defined now entry criteria. You are doing the communication and consultation. You are discussing with all the people. So how this communication and consultation would be carried out by the organization? That process will have to be established. What would be the scope, context, and criteria for the risk assessment? That will have to be defined. by the organization as recommended by 23894. You will see mostly here it is 31,000, apply as it is. Defining the scope, you will follow as it is what recommended by 31,000. External and internal context. There are certain changes here. Like care should be taken to consider a list of stakeholders, including the organization itself, customer, partners, and third parties, suppliers, end users, regulators, civil organizations, individuals. Do remember in this standard, they are also talking about the civil organizations. Why? Because AI may impact. Let us say that this example of dog and cat possible scenario. And let us say that they are identifying the population of dog and cat using your AI solution. By little bit tweaking that into certain geography, there is a Supreme Court ruling also that you have to do certain actions. You have to take certain actions on these dogs and cats. And they will have to give them some injections. Assume it based on your AI solution. They are planning for the number of injection and other details that may go wrong also. There are multiple contexts and situations which can come up, the same AI solution, which can be used for multiple different purposes as well, depending upon, because not all the people in municipality, they are expert in identifying the breeds of dog and other associated factors. So those are the factors like civil organizations need, like organization like PETA or organization like other things, they will have to be factored in while you are developing any risk. Your risk assessment process. Defining risk criteria, this is important. So consideration for defining risk criteria as provided in 31,000, it is there, but there are some more aspects associated. For example, AI specific, let us see. Organization should take reasonable steps to understand uncertainty in all parts of the AI system, including the utilized data, software, mathematical models, physical extensions, and human in the loop aspects of the system, such as any related human activity during data collection and labeling. There is a possibility that what data you have collected, again, taking an example of dog and cat example. So there is a possibility that data, whatever you have collected, that itself is wrong. So that factor will have to be adequately considered while defining the risk criteria, that there is a possibility of the data quality, data accuracy, data correctness, data segmentation, data homogenization, all those aspects. So while doing the risk assessment, you will be establishing the process adequately. Any question from anyone in this point? No question? So we
No.
can move on. Time-related factors that will have to be, there is no additional specific guideline. Consistency in the use of measurement. Organization should be aware that AI is a fast-moving technology domain. Measurement methods should be consistently evaluated according to their effectiveness and appropriateness of the AI system in use. So your measurement system of accuracy, that would vary. The number of breeds and other aspects and the coverage of the data, that would vary. And you will have to factor in those aspects also. How the level of risk is determined? Organization should establish a consistent approach to determine the risk level. For example, you will mention probability on a scale of 1 to 10, impact on a scale of 1 to 10. Then you may multiply probability into impact. That would be your risk priority number. That is one way of looking at it. There are certain organizations who are following little different approach. They are saying what is the impact on individual. So they are giving on to some score. Okay. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, if this output is going to be affecting human being, group of people, they are giving certain score. So you have to evolve adequate risk criteria, risk evaluation method within the organization, either by simple probability by impact or by multiple other factors. Like there are organizations who have also mentioned data quality or data accuracy, data completeness. Like data completeness, let's say if it is 70% or 60% or 50%. So accordingly, they are coming up with a level of risk. Because if data is not correct, output will also be not correct. That is the risk which they are identifying. So you will have to define a process accordingly as specified by this standard requirement. So you will be defining how the level of risk is to be determined, how combination and sequence of multiple risks will be taken into account. Combination of risk is what? Or sequence of multiple risks. If one risk happen, automatically there will be 4 other risks. They will also come into picture. Fine. For example, if your one person, they leaves the organization, there is a possibility that there will be a talent shortage, there will be a skill shortage, there would be a data accuracy issue, there will be a knowledge issue, knowledge risk. So there will be a whole lot of risk which will automatically appear because of the one risk. So those are combination and sequence of multiple risks will be taken into account. You will have to evolve the process accordingly. And finally, you have to consider the organization's capacity. Do they have adequate capacity and redundancy available in order to mitigate any of the risk? If they have, fine, they can do the succession planning. That okay, if this is the happening, then we can do this one. Or one example yesterday, I was like load balancing is a very classical example. But you will do load balancing only when you have 2 different servers available, right? Or 2 different infrastructure available, so you can do the load balancing. Assume that you don't have that capacity. In that case, you have a complete dependency on one particular aspect. So you will have to consider organization capacity while doing the risk assessment. Any question from anyone into this entire section? I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any question?
not from my.
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay. So let's move on the risk assessment part. Let's move on the risk assessment. In risk assessment, there are multiple life cycle. You can see this one here. This is what is the risk assessment. Let me move it. Risk identification, risk analysis, risk evaluation, they all are part of a risk assessment. So you have to identify risk, you have to analyze risk, and you have to evaluate risk. Right? This is what they are referring to it here. Identification of assets and their values. The organization should identify assets related to the design and use of the AI that falls within the scope of the risk management process as defined in 6.3.2. Understanding what assets are within the scope and the relevance, criticality, or value of those assets. For example, let us say that if your GPU requirement is not being fulfilled, or your server is not adequately able to do the multitasking, in that case, output or performance of the system will always be questionable. So you will have to identify asset first, and you will have to allocate certain value. Now that value you can give on a scale of 1 to 3, 1 to 10. If you want, you can also mention high, medium, low as a criticality. What method it would be you would be adopting, it is left up to you as a implementer, as a lead implementer. And as a lead auditor, you will see whether this identification of assets and their values are adequately implemented, which is going to produce the consistent result. Let's say tomorrow someone leaves and some new person comes. They should not be identifying the new risk altogether as compared to their predecessor. So the process adopted by the organization should be consistent. As the auditor, you will evaluate whether the process is consistent, but as a lead implementer, you will have to implement a consistent process for identifying the asset associated, giving their certain values of those assets, and factoring in your risk evaluation criteria like CIA value multiplied by probability, multiplied by impact. Those are the points. We will do exercise shortly from now. Okay. This point, both the value of the asset and the nature of the asset should be considered. Additionally, in relation to the development and use of AI assets should be considered in the context of elements including but not limited to asset of and their value to the organization, tangible assets and both the intangible assets also. Anyone would like to take example of any intangible assets? They have mentioned it like reputation and trust, right?
Brand loss.
Yes. So these are the intangible assets that will also have to be factored in, because once trust is lost into the system, it is lost for always. There was initially some issues in Google AI system. So Google had to do a lot of work in order to bring back the trust in their system, their AI system. Probably you all remember that one. So similar way for your AI system, if the trust is diluted, it will be very difficult to bring back the trust of the consumer, whatever it is. That trust deficit is still there in DeepSeek also nowadays. Whether it is intentionally created or it is genuinely, we don't know. But in reality, it is the issue. So you'll have to factor in reputation and trust also while assigning the value to your respective assets. Asset of and their value to individuals. So value to individuals, for example, value to the people who are your users or you are the developer or who are provider, whosoever it is. That would be, you will be assigning the value accordingly. Asset of their value to communities and societies. What would be the value to community and society? That will also have to be factored in while coming up with the asset valuation related to their AI system. But do remember, here we are not talking about like 27,000 one entire asset. Only asset which are relevant to AI system. That is only we are interested in. We are not talking about entire organizational assets. Only assets which are relevant from AI system perspective. For valuation of assets and the relation to impact, see 6.4.2, we will see that one. The use of the word asset with illustrative example in this class doesn't have any legal implications. That is something which they have safeguarded them, so we are ignoring it for now. Any question in 6.4.2.2 from anyone? No question, so we can move on. The organization should identify a list of identification of resources. So you will have to have a column for identification of resources, like whether it is an organization as a source, the source of the risk is process and procedures or management routines or personal or physical environment or data risk or AI system configuration, deployment environment, hardware, software related risk or dependence on external parties. So primarily these are the risk, and further you can see that it is provided in Annexure B. Just go to the Annexure B. So what are the risk sources? Complexity of environment, lack of transparency and explainability, level of automation. If too much of automation, yes, there will be more risk associated with that one. Risk sources related to machine learning that will have to be identified. System and hardware issues. You will see all these details which are available in this document. System lifecycle issues, technological readiness. These are something which are the risk sources. This is as provided by, but this is not an exhaustive list because AI is again evolving every day we are getting new input and new ideas that this is how they are bringing AI. So you will have to be, as a lead auditor or implementer, you will have to be vigilant with respect to the resources. Any question? So these are 6.4.2.3, you would be identifying the resources. There are reasons associated with that one. We will, once we do that exercise, we will come to know all those points. Then the next point is 6.4.2.4, identification of potential event and outcome. The organization should identify potential events that are related to the development or use of AI and can result in a variety of tangible or intangible consequences. Events can be identified through one or more of the following methods: published standards, published technical specification, published technical reports, published scientific papers, market data on similar system or application already in use, report of incidents on similar system or application, field trials, usability studies. So based on these, you will be coming up with the potential outcome. Based on that risk, what can be? That outcome can be there is a loss of life, outcome can be health effect, outcome can be on the family. For example, we were doing one audit in, as I mentioned, the radiological services, one of the wrong diagnostic that resulted into the entire family stress for couple of months. They sold all their asset to take care of the family post their exit from the ward. This is what the level of preparedness they went for. And what was the mistake? The mistake was some algorithmic issue into the AI solution. So those are the identification of the potential events and outcome. That's something which you will have to be carrying to. And all this input published technical specifications. So you have to read all whatever is available to you by the organization, and accordingly you would be acting up. Any question on question from anyone?
No, sir.
Anyone else?
No.
Kiranji has a question.
Yes, Karanji.
No, I don't have any question.
Okay.
Okay. So are you able to understand these points or any challenges? I am going too fast or too slow?
I think it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay, fine. The next one is the identification of controls. So the organization should identify controls relevant to either the development or use of the AI, or both. Controls should be identified during the risk management. So based on the controls recommended either by 42001 or for that matter NIST also. So you can identify controls to be used for mitigating those risks. There are multiple controls. We will talk about that. So you will be identifying controls which are going to be applicable to mitigate those risks. That should be available. Identification of consequences. You will also identify based on that risk assessment that what would be consequences. Investigation and repair time, time gained and lost, opportunity gained or lost, threat to health or safety of individual, financial cost of specific skills to repair the damage, employee recruitment, satisfaction and retention. All those are basically the consequences. That is something which is expected to be identified as a part of risk assessment, image, reputation and goodwill, penalties and fines and customer obligations, law litigations. Right. Now moving on to the next part. Now you have identified the risk. You have identified their criteria. You have identified the consequences. You have identified the controls, how you are going to be made it applicable. All those parameters you have established as a part of work. Now you are doing the risk analysis. So you are doing the assessment of consequences. Number one, criticality of impact. tangible and intangible impacts, criteria used to establish the overall impact. For example, you can say that you will be doing this on a score of, let's say, on 1 to 10, 1 to 3, 1 to 100, whatever you feel deemed fit for the organization perspective, or maybe high, medium, low. So based on that, you would be establishing the criticality of impacts. Now, impact analysis for individuals should determine the degree to which an individual can be affected by the development or used by the AI system. For example, in your case, like in dog and cat identification, there is no harm to human life, so there is no challenge as such. But then there is a possibility of clinical services, what we are coming up with the drug and other aspects. So in that case, there is a potential type of data used from the individuals, intended impact of the development or use of the AI, potential bias impact to an individual, potential impact on fundamental rights that can result in material and non-material damage to an individual. All those things is possible for our case study, for this clinical services trial. Type of data used from the individual. There are different type of people who are available across the world. What sample you are taking, what is there as multiple aspects. Probably you all have seen that the COVID vaccine, the people are crying that it has side effect and it is triggering to multiple heart attacks in India and worldwide also. So we don't know whether it has, because those kind of people, they were factored in while doing the trial of this vaccine or no. So that means they would have identified this as a risk, that there is a possibility of people loss, but benefit was more. So that's the reason they went ahead as a emergency use medicine, emergency use vaccine scenario. Intended impact of the development or use of AI, potential bias impact to an individual. There is a possibility that biasness, potential impact on fundamental rights. There is, of course, right to live is a fundamental right. If any of your research and other things that is going to be affecting the right to live, right to express, right to communicate, those are the fundamental rights as per the respective laws. If that is going to be affecting, you will have to adequately find out the impact and you will have to identify those impacts. Potential fairness impact to an individual, safety of an individual, protection and mitigating control around unwanted bias and unfairness, and jurisdictional and cultural environment of the individual, which can affect how relative impact is determined. So these are the high level risk, impact which you would be assessing. Any question from anyone?
Sir,
No question. Let's move on. Impact analysis for society should determine the degree to which societies can be affected by the either development or use by the AI, by the organization or both. They should consider elements including but not limited to the following: scope of societal impact and how an AI system affects social and cultural values held by various affected groups, including specific ways that the AI system amplifies or reduces pre-existing pattern of harm to different social groups. This is one of the biggest risks of artificial intelligence nowadays, because it is affecting the way children are studying, the way doctors are recommending medicines, the way radiologists are coming up with their diagnosis and treatment, the way we are driving our cars, right? The way this national disaster is management authorities, they are responding to everything, entire organization ecosystem or cultural ecosystem that is getting affected because of the introduction of the artificial intelligence. There is more and more reliance on artificial intelligence management system, leading to the change in social pattern. We took an example yesterday also, that let's say that kids are going to study and solve all the problems using ChatGPT, doing all the assignment, doing all the homework. Even nowadays, they are making the drawing also using the ChatGPT. In that case, what society you would be producing 20 years down the line? So that is going to be a very, very heavy impact onto the social and cultural values. There is a lot of things which children are not supposed to see, but still they can see. there are multiple aspects that is changing the society as a large, as a whole, and we have to factor in while doing the risk assessment adequately. Any question from anyone? Anyone wants break for 5-10 minutes? Because I see less involvement.
I think we can break for 10 minutes.
Okay. Let's
We
break
can
for
be-
10 minutes and then we will come back.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Is everyone back?
So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
back.
I'm back.
Yes.
Great.
Back, sir.
Thank you. Let's
I'm
start.
back, sir.
So now we are discussing about the assessment of likelihood. What is the likelihood? Anyone would like to comment on?
Probability?
Yes, absolutely right. That is a probability. So we have to mention it the probability. What is the probability of that? Probability may be high, medium, low, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10. Right. If you want to have it qualitative, you can have it high, medium, low. If you want to have it quantitative, then you can give some numbering 1 to 10, 1 to 100, 0 to 1, whatever it is. That is something depending upon the basic definitions. So you will be doing the assessment of the probability and you will have to come up with adequate process that how the probability would be identified. Okay. So type, significance and number of resources. For example, you may define probability very high. If it is happening elsewhere more frequently, so then probability would be very high. Within the given set of infrastructure and resources, what you have? Frequency, severity and pervasiveness of the threats. That would be another area. Internal factors such as operational success of policies and procedures and motivation of internal actors. That is a very important role because we always consider it that for every crime there is a motivation. It can be personal led motivation, it can be emotional motivation, it can be religious motivation. It can be there are various motivations for any crime. So if you have more trust, if it is a more trustworthy organization, probably you can consider that there will be less likelihood. For example, if you are taking the insider threat, and if your employees are very loyal, they are well taken care of by the organization, then probability of insider threat would be very, very low. That's how we categorize it. So you will have to define adequately in all the scenarios on the possibility that how you will be identifying the probability. In some team where managers are more accommodative and more employee friendly, more team friendly, there the insider threat possibility is very low, but as compared to anywhere where they are more aggressive into nature. But it depends. There also, I mean, from an aggressive management perspective, aggressive manager perspective also, there are certain advantages and there are disadvantages also. So depending upon the organization and its culture, you have to come up with adequate process associated. Assessment of likelihood. Any question from anyone on assessment of likelihood?
No.
No question. So we can move on. So now you know the impact, you know the likelihood, you know the asset value, all those things. Now you are evaluating the risk. So you are evaluating the risk like you are multiplying asset value, multiplying by confidentiality, multiplying by probability, multiplying by impact, multiplying by multiple other associated factor. Whatever process you want to adopt as a lead implementer, you can adopt that. And as a lead auditor, you would be verifying it that yes, they have implemented it adequately within the organization context and scenario. Okay. So by this, we have covered this particular aspect. You can see it, risk identification, the risk assessment part, the risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. The scope context we have already discussed and the criteria. Principle and other aspect we have already discussed. So now you have assessed the risk. Now we are moving to the risk treatment. What is expected as a part of the risk treatment? Do remember, you are still as a lead implementer, you define the right process for the organization for risk management. This is what the guideline which we are referring to. Then in clause 8, we will refer to that. Won't take much time because it is just an implementation. So you will have to implement the process, whatever you are defining it right now. Okay. So go to the risk treatment. So you will be selecting the risk treatment options in accordance with ISO 31000. Either you are avoiding the risk by deciding not to start or continue with the activity that gives rise to the risk. There is a possibility you won't do that at all. Anything which is risky, let us say it is illegal into the country, right? So you want to start, or it can be banned also. There is a risk like in gaming industry, especially where live money was being used. They blocked it, but it was not, that law was not there previously. But it was always possible because lottery system was banned in India. So there was a possibility of banning any monetary lottery system where there is uncertainty associated or involved. But they went ahead with that one. And finally, when it reaches to certain threshold, government blocked that particular business. So there were a lot of people, they didn't enter into that business because they know that it will someday be blocked. So you are avoiding the risk by deciding not to start or continue with the activity that gives rise to the risk. Taking or increasing the risk in order to pursue an opportunity, you are taking the risk. There is a possibility that these Dream 11 and other companies, they move to some other country to do their business. There is a possibility. So they are, that means you are taking a treatment option as you are taking the risk and you will act upon when that situation arises. That is also a possibility. So you will be mentioning all those things in your risk register. Then there is a possibility that you will be removing the risk source. Like if you see that there are certain risk of insider threat and you have identified that there is a possibility of this particular resource is there, or there is a vulnerability in your antivirus system or in some of your laptop, desktop, because it is old, it is using old Windows or any other platform. So in that case, you can remove that laptop and then eliminate the risk at all. That is called the removing the risk source itself. You can change the likelihood by taking some mitigation approaches. So you will do that like there is a access control issue of your application. So you are putting a firewall onto that one. Changing the consequences, you are changing the consequences by taking adequate step. Sharing the risk, you are sharing by taking the adequate insurance, and retaining the risk by informed decision. There are possibility that certain scenario you won't be able to mitigate the risk or treat the risk. So in that case, you will have to accept, or sometimes you have to accept the risk because let's say that cost of treating the risk is more than penalty itself. If your entire organization turnover is, let's say, $50,000 and there is a GDPR penalty, in order to take care of all the GDPR compliance issue, it is costing you around 500,000 US dollar. So in that case, you would say that I won't go with that risk mitigation. It is not commercially or economically viable for my organization. So in that case, you are retaining the risk by informed decisions because it is not viable. So we are retaining that risk and we will go ahead with that particular aspect. So this is the risk treatment option. Any question from anyone?
No.
No. So let's move on. Preparing and implementing the risk treatment plans. You are preparing and implementing the risk treatment plans. Monitoring and review, recording and reporting. You are recording and reporting any risks which are coming on the way. Should establish, record, and maintain a system for the collection and verification of information on the product or similar products from the implementation and post-implementation phases. The organization should also collect and review publicly available information on similar system or the market. So that you will be identifying what is happening into the market. There are multiple incidents. Anyone who is aware of the incident register of the AI? Let me open that one because that may give some interesting perspective to all of you. Is it visible? Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see the list view. You can see the incident like 19th of May. I don't know why it is looking. So Google's YouTube Kids app presents inappropriate content. Las Vegas self-driving bus involvement in accident. Right. Uber EV killed a pedestrian in Arizona because it is AI. So this is what they are doing. Probably they would not have done the risk assessment accordingly. Or common biases of vector embeddings, collection of robotics, surgery malfunctions. These are incident you can see because we are taking that as example. So let us say collection of robotic surgery malfunctions. This is the incident 5. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes.
Yes.
So what was the issue? Adverse event in robotic surgery, a retrospective study of 14 years of FDA data. Robotic surgery linked to 144 deaths since 2000. Fine. Can you accept that as a lead auditor?
No, no, we cannot accept.
You cannot accept that, right? These are the incident. You can see other incident related to that one. You can see it here. Meeting presentation, adverse event of robotic surgery. Okay. Let's move on. Common biases of vector embeddings. Tabor, collection of robotic surgery malfunctions. This is we talked about. North Point risk model. So there are hundreds of I have not been able to log in. So once I log in, probably there would be the latest one also. So you can see what kind of an incident they are. Let me search if there is something related to image identification, any issue. Is there search option discover?
This is an international registry?
Yes, yes, it is an international website. So we keep on analyzing it and we also report wherever we come across that situation. So you can also report. I don't know. This search function is not adequately working here. But it is not any government promoted, right? It is someone's startup. You can see the OpenAI, there are 53 incidents, Facebook, 52 incidents. Google, Meta, Microsoft, there are total 421. Let us see this Facebook incident. Is it visible to all of you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So Facebook translates good morning into attack them, leading to arrest. Automatic language translation software. You can see translating good morning into hurt them. What will you say about this incident? Will they ever use it, Facebook, for translation?
No.
No.
Right. So Facebook allegedly failed to police hate speech content that contributed to ethnic violence in Ethiopia. And this hate speech issue is not only in Ethiopia, but it is all across the world now. Because Facebook is unable to control that. Unless until it is reported by someone. Another issue, Facebook's automated removal of content featuring nudity containing artworks denounced as censorship. Facebook allegedly failed to police anti-Rohingya hate speech content that contributed to violence in Myanmar. You can see other event, like you can see the Google or Google related. Teaming pattern of Gemini bias and socio-technical training failures. Google admits its self-driving car got it wrong. Bus crashes was caused by software. Google's Bard shared factually incorrect, inaccurate info in promo video. Deepfake voice exploit compromise. Retools cloud services. Google's AI error prompts parent to use facial matter in child training exercises or whatever. Alleged inclusion of 12,000 live APIs keys in LLM training. Data reportedly poses security threats. So there are a whole lot of issues which are coming nowadays, right? You can understand in your business related aspects, whatever AI incident, but not all the incidents reported are captured here. We come across a lot of other incidents through some other sources also. And that we keep on sharing it whenever it is coming into various other forums. You will see it once you start searching it on Google or anywhere else, you will know that there are multiple other issues which are coming. And they are literally exploiting entire family, entire society, entire person reputation and other things. That is killing them. So you need to be very careful as an auditor or as an implementer that whatever AI solution is being provided by them, that is adequately addressing to the need of the user as such. This is what they are referring it to here, recording and reporting. So you are recording and reporting any incident in your organization if you are coming across such kind of a situation. A lot of time we don't report. I have seen organization, even though it has been very critical, they have defended it well. There are team of lawyers who are sitting in order to represent them adequately, that it is a machine, it is not a human, it can't be penalized, right? You can't hang the AI system. You can't give them life imprisonment also because it is not a human being. You can't do anything. And since there is no law, so in that case, you can't even hold responsible the owner of the organization also. Unlike in 27,001, where from information security, you can hold them liable for. Okay. So this is what is expected and required also from recording and reporting perspective. Let's move on to the next point. In addition to the documentation of a scope, context, and criteria, risk assessment, and risk treatment, the record should include at least the following information: a description and identification of the system that has been analyzed, methods applied, a description of the intended use of the AI system, the identity of the person and organization that carried out the risk assessment. So you will have to mention in your risk sheet that who is the person who identified that, the terms of reference and date of the risk assessment, the release status of the risk assessment, if and to what degree objective have been met. Fine. Any questions so far from anyone?
No.
With this, we are covering all this term 23894. Now we will be going to annexure part. Let us see what they are referring to as annexure. Objectives. What would be the risk assessment objective that you will have to consider? There should be adequate accountability. Accountability refers to both to a characteristic of organization and to system property. Both organization objective and the system property or system objective. That will have to be factored in as an objective. Do remember it is informative. So even if you are not, you will not be giving a non-compliance against this one. but it is always recommended by the standard to follow this one. As an auditor, I always recommend you to refer to this one while doing the audit and see if it can be integrated and directly relevant to the main clause. AI expertise, that would be another objective. There should be adequate expertise, availability and quality of training and test data. I consider this one is the most important one. If there is adequate quality or of training and test data is there, in that case, probably AI is definitely going to be successful. No doubt about that, irrespective of whatever you are doing. That's what my experience. It may be wrong as well. When I'm saying data, means data doesn't mean like Excel data or Oracle data or SQL data. Even the data related to decision tree and entire neural network of the AI solution. If that is correct, output is always going to be correct to the extent it is expected from that. There will always be error, no doubt about that. That error is there. But then that error can be minimized by putting across all these adequate control. Then environmental impact, fairness.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
When you ask for data, many a times the companies tell you that it is a proprietary data, cannot be shown, cannot be shared.
To auditor?
Yeah, even to auditors, sir.
No, that will have to be shown to auditor. Because you are, as an auditor, you are signing the non-disclosure agreement. It can be shown to you, it cannot be shared with you. That is another aspect altogether.
So my point was that many a times companies use this premise to even avoid showing you that you have to really enforce your whatever.
Enforce your?
And enforce it to them that you have to show me, otherwise I would not be able to reach a proper conclusion, evidence-based conclusion.
You can do that, and you should do that. Because you can't, it is your ownership, your responsibility in 42,001 as per 42,006 guideline. Unless until you see that, how can you certify them as a lead auditor?
Right.
Right. Any other question?
I have a follow-up question to this.
Yes.
As an auditor, you can ask for data related to the AIMS. But for example, this particular clause is saying availability and quality of training and test data. As long as they are able to give an evidence that there is, they're ensuring quality of training and test data. As an auditor, first question is, do you need to see the training and test data that their ML models or AI models are using? Second, why would you want to see that data? So I understand evidence for the AIMS, that data in terms of, are you doing risk management? What has been improvement? All of that. But if the question was on this part that, looking at their test data or looking at their, the data sets that they are ingesting into their models, is that required? And why do we need to see that?
Right. That's a very genuine and very obvious question, right? There are, ISO is providing two kind of auditing. Sir, number one, the auditing which they are auditing, they are saying that you should audit only when you are competent to do that audit. So let us take an example. If I am doing the audit of artificial intelligence, so I should know the subject of artificial intelligence. That's what ISO requirements are. Point number two, assume that I am going and doing the audit as a lead auditor of AIMS, but I have no previous experience of artificial intelligence system. So in that case, ISO guideline says that we can take any AI expert along with us who will be treated as a subject matter expert and
technical expert.
Yeah, sorry.
As a technical expert.
As a technical expert, and then they will audit all these points. Now, when I am saying that you as a person, that means if you know how the AI works, what is the algorithm, what is the logic, what is the application side, what are the APIs and other details. And you know, you are aware of complete application life cycle. In that case, you don't require technical expert. You can directly ask them this question because you know that subject and it is required and allowed as per ISO. And ISO says that if you are not expert, you should carry a subject matter expert along with you so that that person can see whether the data is adequate or not adequate. That is the point number one. Now, point number two, this is answering to why. Because it is a ISO standard requirement, right? The second point, which I understand that you asked for, that what is the reason, right? Sir, if you could.
Yeah, why? Yeah, what is the reason you would want to see their training data?
Yes,
Which
because
might
one of the auditor perspective is to understand whether all the processes are effectively implemented or not, right? Let us say that they are coming up and saying that the data quality is okay. How do I know that data quality is okay? Fine. There would be certain associated step. We will see that show this data, which date or version of this data is, and who attested that this data is okay.
JP, if there is a system where we are taking, you know, a critical system or anything where AI is being used, the adequacy of test data has to be checked there in terms of, you know, the quantity and quality of data to see whether the AI system is taking the right decision or not. So have they trained their, you know, have they trained their system properly or not, specifically for life critical systems?
Yes. So this is where the ISO standard is allowing you as a lead auditor or lead implementer to actually go and see the extent of implementation of the processes into their respective area of operations.
Understood, sir. Understood. Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Right. So not only that, even we go to certain extent of even seeing the DevOps life cycle, their release and their integration also along with the data release as a part of confabulation requirement, as a part of source of data. In audit, we check it that the data release version and the application release version, both of them are matching as per the release note. Even to that extent, it is being seen nowadays. Okay. So, sir, I hope it is answering your question.
Yes, it answers the question. Thank you.
Yeah. Privacy. Another point is the source of the risk and objective is the privacy objective. This is also one of the biggest area, not in directly the solutions, what we are talking about, like application, what we are developing of AI. But there are organizations like Google, Facebook, Instagram, even organization like Netflix, right? All the OTT platforms, they are using AI. And they are violating our privacy. We don't know to what extent they are violating our privacy and to whom they are sharing all this information. That information we don't know. So that's the reason they have mentioned that if you are coming up with the AI solution, let's say that tomorrow you are going to and this Netflix want you to certify them for 42,001 for their data analysis part. They are coming up with a lot of promotional scheme. They are showing you your interest area. So in that case, you will have to factor in that how they are controlling or identifying the risk associated with the privacy and accordingly what control they have implemented related to the privacy risk.
I have one more question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Under fairness, it mentions for further information on bias and fairness in AI systems, see ISO 24027. Is this a publicly available standard?
Yes, it is publicly available standard.
Thank you.
It is not a standard. It is a technical reference, TR.
Okay, stick. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that is basically there are in ISO. That's what we have had a lot of confusion in most of the auditor. It is not a single standard. It is a suite of standard. Like 27,000. Now 27,000 is there. 27,001 is there. 2 is there. 3 is there. 4 is there, 5 is there, 6 is there, and 7, 8, 9, 10, there is a 17 is there, 18 is there, 19 is there, 27,019 for like hydropower generation, for SCADA system, for IoT devices, 27017 is for cloud security. So similar with ISO, for that matter, it is a very vast. Whenever we go for audit, let's say that tomorrow I am going and auditing an hydropower company or hydropower generation company, then I always carry 27019 along with me, along with 27,001, 27,002, 27,006, and 27,005. So there are suite of standards which we will have to refer to as an auditor or as an implementer. But no non-conformity against any other standard than 27,001 can be reached. There is a guideline for cloud security. There are artificial intelligence guidelines for multiple other. We will talk about that as we progress further. That will have to be considered, and we need to be as good as subject matter expert in order to auditing any AI or 27,001, or for that matter, services management system. If we are auditing services management system of a hospital and of a IT service management, there are both of them are different context altogether. So there are respective guidelines which we have to follow. So this TR 24027 is basically referring to from that perspective. I hope it is answering, sir, your point.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely answers. I've got the standardized, the technical reference. Thank you so much.
Okay. So the next one, robustness. Robustness is what? Sorry, privacy we talked about, robustness.
I just wanted to add something for JP sir.
Yeah.
Most of the ISO standards you will have to purchase.
Not most, all of them will have to be.
All of them, yeah.
Yeah, he was asking whether the 24027 is freely available.
It's a technical.
It's not again, it's not freely available. You have to purchase it from ISO.
But I answered in different context, freely available.
No, I understand that, sir. His question was whether it is freely available for anyone and everyone.
No, he asked that whether it is freely available. So it is available, but as per fairness and ethical rule, we should buy it.
No, TR. Is TR public, or TR also has to be, you need to purchase a TR as well?
Some TRs, like older version, they have made it public. The latest version, they have not made it public.
Okay, fair enough. That was, I think, that answers the question.
Yes.
Right.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah.
So the next one is the robustness. Robustness is related to the ability of a system to maintain its level of performance under the various circumstances of its uses. That is something which we call it more of a non-functional requirement, non-functional testing, like security, resilience testing, right? Load testing, destructive testing, usability testing. There are multiple, what we do that. So performance testing, scalability testing. So you are making a system robust enough to ensure that it is performing under varied situations and circumstances, and output is consistent. It shouldn't be like that it is giving output of someone else to someone else under extreme load condition. Sometimes it happens that I ask for certain questions and it gave me a result of someone else. Like in mobile phones, mostly what happens, it gets wrong connection. I dialed someone and then it connected me to someone else, especially into the BSNL. I have seen that one. Okay. So that is a possibility under extreme load conditions that should be avoided. And as an auditor, you will have to verify that there is a risk identified associated with the robustness or reliability of the system, and accordingly the action has been initiated or risk is accepted. as per their own respective risk management process. So as an implementer, you will be establishing, identifying the risk along with all other stakeholders who are involved into the design, development, architecture, coding, testing, and other aspects associated with that one. Any question from anyone? No question? Further robustness poses new challenge in the context of AI system. Neural network architecture represents a specific challenge as they are both hard to explain and sometimes have unexpected behavior due to their non-linear nature. They are not non-linear, so sometimes it is making a challenge. So in that case, you will have to, if you come across any AI solution which is following neural network, in that case, you may ask for little more robustness parameters. Characterizing the robustness of neural networks is an open area of research, and there are limitations to both testing and verification approaches. Then the next risk area is the safety. Another one is the security. These are well known, so I'm not going into that detail. Transparency and explainability. This is an important point. Transparency relates both to characteristics of an organization's operating AI system and to those systems themselves. Organizations are sometimes transparent on how they apply such system, how they use collected data, such as consumer and user data, public data, other collected data sets. But I find it very rarely implemented, transparency and explainability part. None of the AI solutions, they are coming up with adequate transparency and explainability. And this is where the biggest challenge is. What I am finding as a lead auditor, that no one wants to share to the rest of the public. They are sharing with the auditor. Whenever I'm going for auditing them, they are sharing it with the auditor. So right now, what I am going with saying that one, that transparency and explainability, I have seen it. It was found to be okay. But then at that point of time, only I can say that when I saw. After that, what happened, and before that, what had happened, that's something which I can't share that one. Though standard is mandating this transparency and explainability.
But if they're in their AI policy, if they have documented that it should be transparent to their stakeholders and users, then can you raise that an NC that it is not being transparent?
Yes, that then you will raise that as an NC. But the challenge is they are saying that I will lose entire my business if I am transparent and explainable. Within few weeks, there would be a competitor who would be using my own
data
system and coming up with the alternate organization.
Yeah.
Within a week's time. The moment they make it transparent and explainable. And there is no law for registering it as a patent, your AI solution, because it is a code. It is your algorithm.
Another big challenge for a lot of people developing AI systems is they themselves are not able to explain the explainability of their own systems.
Explainability of their own system. They themselves don't know to a certain extent,
so
because it is still evolving.
So they're not aware of the matrices, the techniques. So as long as the black box is functioning and is doing at the accuracy level that they want, they are fine with it. So they themselves are not aware of how to make the system explainable.
Right. Another example I will take, I was recently doing audit for a Kuwait company. They are taking certain input from ChatGPT. There is a prompt which is coming into their system. They are passing on that prompt to ChatGPT, getting certain input, and then they are converting into certain output, and then they are providing it. But they are not telling their client that this prompts, they are coming up, what is output is coming from ChatGPT. Do you think they are fulfilling this transparency and explainability requirement?
No.
No. And that too, they are selling their product to government. Because there is no law in that
Sir, but in that case, every company who is doing wrappers around the engines, will not be, then, will have trouble. So any company which has, any kind of wrapper around, the basic engines or
No, we are not
basically.
saying that one. We are only saying that be transparent to your client, customer, that you are using the output of the chat GPT. What's wrong in that? You are getting my point.
The customer might, it might be a business problem then. Why should I buy somebody's solution if ChatGPT can do work for me?
This is what is happening. 90% of the solutions, whether it is text to speech conversions, it is video editing, it is generative AI, except the agentic AI part. 90% of the solutions, they are revolving around develop one API, take that input, convert that in whatever format you want, and provide that as an output.
Okay, but that's okay. So
Yeah.
did you raise the NC or not? That's the important question here.
No, I am not commenting on because I am confidentiality clause. So
I'm rephrasing my question. If that position happens with me, should I raise an NC or not as an auditor?
You should
Definitely.
ask a broader.
You should definitely raise an NC.
They will not call you after next one.
Yes. But there are challenges. There are certain terms and conditions like risk. What we are discussing about the risk source, right? Now transparency and explainability is a risk. What if they are accepting that risk? Their management, their governing body is accepting that risk of not sharing the transparency and explainability. They are accepting the risk of intangible losses like reputation damage.
But that then we should be able to see in their risk file.
Yes. So they have also learned. All implementation expert like you will be or you, they are providing them all the workaround. They are fighting with the auditor also, with certain valid clauses also. You are getting my point? Who are you as an auditor? This is the scenario. I know my business. I am accepting the risk. I will be paying the penalty. I have a system associated with me. I am following all the 42,001 requirement. I am accepting my risk as per 42,001. I am identifying the risk. So how come? Where is a non-compliance which is coming into picture?
See, there is a difference here. The industry might be working on risk mitigation plan as per ALARP. So there it could be acceptable, but for medical devices, ALAP is not acceptable. They want only FAP. The risk has to be reduced as far as possible, not as low as reasonably possible. So
yeah, as far as possible is a very vague term.
That's what no, it's not vague term. In FAP, the consideration of costing does not matter.
Fine. FAP consideration of costing, but is it mandating? Is there some law which is mandating it?
If the companies are going in for CE marking for their products based on European norms, then this is a requirement. The risk has to be lowered as far as possible.
Yeah, as far as possible. And everywhere, whenever it is said that as far as possible, the definition is gone. Its implementation is subjective. Either they should have come up with a law saying that risk should have been removed. But as far as possible, the moment these terms are
all risk cannot be removed.
This is what they are saying, that these are the risks which cannot be removed. So we have removed it, we have reduced it as far as possible.
Right. So once that is done, then nothing more can be done. only for medical devices, they say that you have to inform your end user what is the residual risk.
You know, certain medicine which are considered to be poisonous, right?
Sorry?
There are certain medicine which are considered to be poisonous.
Yeah.
They are poison, right? Or there are certain narcotic medicine.
Yes.
There are risks that if it is consumed more,
Right.
then person may die.
Right.
Now the point is this risk is there. Can you stop
Yes.
that medicine?
No, because this is already put by government under controlled medicine. Nobody can only a specialist can prescribe it. The retailer can only sell it against a valid prescription. He maintains a register for all these controlled substances that is under the narcotics law.
Right. But there is a risk. Someone is faking the prescription. Is there any monitoring? Because your life is at risk, right?
So that's what I'm saying, sir. Once you are maintaining the register, then the duty falls with the concerned drug inspectors to go and check. And that is their duty. They have to check at least 5 retailers every day in their territory and ask for these registers.
So that means
So
the
if
organization have transferred their risk to regulators?
No, organization has not transferred the risk to regulation. Organization has transferred the risk to the end user under the guidance of medical.
No, there is a
Council of
possibility of
Medical-
reducing the risk that only doctor can provide it.
Yes, that is one of the reasons.
But it
That
is
only genuine patients who need it, they will get it under the
Yes.
doctor's prescription.
So why are they keeping it at medical stores? The doctor who is recommending can also provide, right?
That is another aspect that he can do it, but doctor does not want to retain that liability with him.
Right. So there are multiple other associated scenarios. Doctors doesn't want to take that risk,
Yes.
right?
And
secondly,
government has controlled it in the shape of narcotic law.
there are multiple challenges. There are people who are drug
Yes.
addict, right? They need
Yes,
to
yes.
need to be provided, otherwise they will die.
Yes, sir.
In
Those
multiple-
again are under that only controlled substance use.
Yes. So that is where I was saying that the transparency and explainability part, right? They will not. And it is a very, very challenging aspect associated with the organization. They are not becoming a very, very transparent. Here also there is a possibility. You don't have to change anything. You simply have to put this onus of the doctor that
Right.
only doctor can allow, doctor can provide this medicine to the patient directly.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Sir, I have a question because
Yeah.
this is still, I still have a doubt around it. Let us say a company like Microsoft.
Yes.
Microsoft has given us Windows as an operating system. Okay. Now, Microsoft might be using third-party softwares as well. For example, they might be using a camera from some company, and they might be using a software for that camera, and they would have integrated it in their code. But Microsoft will not tell us as an end user that they are using this company's camera or anything. It will be packaged as the Microsoft thing. They will not be showing us the code or anything of their operating system. But then we are not challenging the privacy or anything here. Similarly, for a AI company which has packaged their services and wrapped it around another company's AI, that can still work. Why there should be a problem with the privacy in that case?
No, what is privacy? First question is. It is a commercial privacy we are referring to, or privacy definition?
No, sorry. Privacy is the wrong concept. I'm talking about transparency.
Yes. So now point is fine. The transparency and explainability. Transparency and explainability is not required for commercial, non-threatening, non-life-threatening situations. But there the government laws are different, like in monopolistic laws, anti-monopolistic laws, Like Tally. I'll take an example, not only Windows, but Tally.
Okay.
Tally have to provide certain interface for external API to interact with Tally.
Fair
Otherwise,
enough. Yes.
huh?
Yes.
Oracle, SQL, Microsoft Windows also, they have to provide certain points for external application to integrate in order to break their monopolistic perspective. Right.
Yes, that's okay. Yeah.
Right. And they were not doing it earlier. Now they have started doing it once this law came into picture. Now the point which you are raising that Microsoft is not sharing. Let me share my task manager. Just give me a second. Is my task manager visible to all of you?
No.
Not yet, sir.
No.
Now
Yes.
it is. Yes.
Fine. Can
Yep.
you tell me anything which is not identifiable?
In the sense,
like which Microsoft have not declared it to you? To me? What is running in my system?
there might be many services that they will not show in the task manager. So if you go to your system logs, for example, you will see a lot of services which are running behind your system, but they will not be shown to you. They will not be shown in the task manager.
Yes, but I have choice to stop them, right?
No, you don't have. There are system things will keep running. You cannot stop them. If you stop them, the entire system will stop. For example, Explorer services, for example, on your system will not be shown in the task manager. They will be controlled by the operating system and you cannot stop them.
No, we can stop them.
No, if you
But
stop
I will not
them,
be able to continue into the meeting, but if I want, I can stop.
Sir, you will not be able to. There are certain controls which operating system will not give to you.
Yeah, but Explorer is anyway Microsoft provided, right?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. There are multiple services. I'm just giving an example, but there are multiple services which are in your control, but there are multiple services which are in operating system's control, and operating system will not leave those services because if you try to stop them, it will crash operating system itself. So you will not be able to continue any further on your system, and it might corrupt the operating system itself.
Yes. So that is the reason, because it will corrupt. It will not allow. There is a integration, system integration. And I have bought this license directly from Microsoft, right?
Yes.
They have a complete ownership. I didn't say that I want only, I put this terms and condition that I want Windows 11 and Microsoft Office 2021 version, which is only provided by Microsoft, not somebody else. I never put that as a condition that you will have to inform me that how you are functioning it.
So, sir, that is what I'm saying, that for an AI system, which is basically a wrapper on some other system, if they say that, we are not telling it, you are just buying our service of the system, you are not, we are not supposed to, it's basically about the transparency on, coming back to what you are saying is, if I take that as a point.
Correct.
If the company is not saying it, then they are not saying it.
Yeah,
Then where is
exactly,
the transparency or the question of transparency in that?
While you are installing the Windows system, you have to accept their rules and their licenses, their policies and everything. Can you install without accepting them?
Their terms and conditions.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
So
This
if
is what they are
company,
forcing. That is the reason. Certain scenario, I said that I don't want to answer what I did.
okay, that's okay.
Right.
No, but I want to be
But
very
there are
clear,
further,
sir.
there are further challenges associated. That's what. Who is saying that ISO organization should go for 42001? They want certification also without having transparency, then it is a challenge.
Sir, I'm not saying that it is a question of transparency or not. No. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that it cannot be that transparency's definition at one system can be different and another system can be different. If I'm saying openly that I am using third-party services and I am done with that third-party services, my transparency has been maintained, that I'm clearly saying it. Now, what services I am using at the back end, that is something I can keep to myself. For example, if I'm using any open source for my data cleaning or anything in my system, I don't need to tell it to my customers that, I'm using these data cleaning services or anything like that.
No,
So
there are certain laws violation, especially
if,
in US and
sir,
Europe.
if there are, that is what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
If
yes,
there are,
there are laws in US, and if organization is going for 42,001, in that case, probably it is either they say that I don't want to go for 42,001, or in reality, in real scenario, it would be said that you make it transparent.
sir, you're
I'm,
still,
I'm putting
I think,
across ideal
I have
situation.
not been able to explain my point of view properly in terms of the question. So I'll leave it here then.
Right. Because there is no comparison between Microsoft and our AI solution, or the AI solution which you are auditing. That's what my point is. But fine, we can continue, right?
Yes.
Yes. Annexure B we have already discussed, so I'm not going into that detail of Annexure B. There is an Annexure C. You can see risk management and AI system lifecycle. So here you will find it, organization level risk, scope, context, and other parameter. Inception, there would be risk, other details, here there would be a risk. All those, fine, bibliography. I would be referring to one more standard because we have taken a case study for clinical services. That's the reason I have to refer to that standard. Let me open that. Is this standard visible to all of you?
P1010.
Yes, sir.
P1010.
Yes. Or let me open, okay. In this 31010, basically I'm just going to because 31,000 specifically refer to quantitative risk assessment very aggressively. Okay. It was mentioned by in that LR and other methods. They are recommending certain things. That's where I was just. I think it is not visible. Let me open my own slide. I will be able to share it with you. Just give me a second. Is my PowerPoint visible, all of you?
No. Yeah. Yes.
So they have given certain like LRs, SFAIRP, right? That is used where? Risk identification, risk analysis. Bayesian analysis, Bayesian network influence diagram, bow tie analysis, brainstorming, business impact analysis. Like in risk identification, it is not applicable. Consequences analysis not applicable. Sometimes applicable in evaluation. Rajesh, I mean, you mentioned all those points, so that's the reason I'm just doing it. The best and
Yeah.
easiest,
Yes, sir.
right? You are also doing that in clinical services or healthcare and other details. So we never recommend it from that perspective. Another point like causal mapping, causal analysis, syndemic approach, you will find it sometimes applicable in identification, in consequences analysis, cost benefit analysis, right? Delphi technique, failure mode and effect analysis, that is very popularly used. Fault tree analysis, frequency
That is the
number.
most popular one.
Yes, that is the most popular one.
FMEA is the most popular.
FMEA is the most popular one, right?
Yes.
That is something which we always refer to. Then hazard analysis and critical control points, HACCP.
HACCP and HACCP.
Yes, that is also, right? But do remember, it is sometime applicable or not applicable. Right? Because we need to find out. It is a recommendation of various international standards which I am referring it to you in front of you. The same analysis goes into other risk aspect depending upon the situation. Human reliability analysis, you can do it. If there is a criticality of the application and system, probably you need to do the human reliability analysis as well. Right? We don't know whether whatever medicine is being provided or being given to for the trial purposes is fine or not. You know, there are doctors who have been responsible for hundreds of deaths because they were allowed certain aspects. So you need to go for human reliability analysis as well. But to what extent? It depends upon the organization and their appetite and their financial condition for the risk assessment. And that's where, as the auditor, we are weak. Because they start justifying that, okay, this is not required. And this is what is becoming one of the biggest concern area. That what auditor can do. You know, Anderson closed, right? PwC is facing challenges. EY is facing challenges. KPMG is out of auditing services, especially for this particular area. I hope all of you are aware of. EY is facing challenges. Why? Anyone can comment on? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are.
Like this Monte Carlo analysis, you know, one company, we have been using it a lot for energy trading. Anyone who knows the energy trading business? No. It is much complicated than any AI system. Much more, 100 or 1,000 times more complicated. Because, you know, the energy is a commodity which cannot be stored. If you are producing in backend 100 megawatt, so either you will have to consume 100 megawatt or you have to reduce your power output. You can't store it. 100 megawatt energy somewhere. So the challenge is you have to follow this Monte Carlo analysis simulation so that this utilization is within permissible limit. It is not something like image identification or any easier solution. There is a direct dependency on grid. If your simulation fails, grid fails. If you are producing less, then grid will fail. If you are producing more, even then the grid will fail. There is a complete dependency on a Monte Carlo analysis and the equation what we have arrived on and evolved on. The reason why I'm sharing that perspective is because of the standard requirement. Let me share that one again. I hope it is visible,
Oh, yeah.
right? So that's where here when we were referring to these points, like this replacement, another aspect that you need to follow. To what extent you will follow to implement? Let's say that you are a consultant, right? Or you are an organization owned person. You also have limitation. If you want, you can make your system perfect, no doubt about that. But to what extent? That depends upon the organized commitment and various other associated factors. Similar with the auditor, they can stop, but then there are certain commercial interests associated. All the clauses and contracts are being converted in such a way that it's not that easy to implement. I hope you all are aware of, right? So everyone is coming aware of, but my always recommendation to you as a lead auditor or lead implementer is that don't limit your information. To extent which you would be implementing it, that is scenario specific. I hope I can't be more explicit than this one. Am I able to explain my point?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Fine. So you will have to follow these standards. Now, where you are going to be compromising as an auditor, it is your choice, or as an implementer, it is your choice and your ethical values. We will talk about that as an auditor, what are the various ethical requirements on last day, the day 4. So we are through with this one, this 23894, and we also have referred again to the 31,000. Fine. And in 31,000, you will see there is again another associating standard 31010. There is a 27,005. There is a whole maybe around 20-25 standards which are there. Now, one more standard with respect to risk management process, what we were referring to. All this point we are discussing with 6.1.2 and 6.1.3, that is AI risk treatment. These are there. Now, scenario is that let us say that organization is not happy with the control what the standard is referring to. So in that case, they will have to follow some other standard. Let me open that as well. Is it visible to all of you?
Yeah.
Right.
Next.
So as a lead auditor or lead implementer, you also need to be aware of this standard, because standard is referring to this standard, right? Yesterday we had seen that one. Here you will find it much more control. Let us say data privacy, fine, 2.4. Everyone, all of you are aware of the data privacy. So let us see the 2.4. It is downloadable version. You can download it at any point of time. It is provided by the NIST. Can you see this one? What are the various risks? Let us see that one. You will find it multiple control associated with the data privacy, including those related to data privacy and copyright and intellectual property laws. Then establish transparency policies and processes for documenting the origin. Do remember it is a federal requirement. So if the organization is saying that they won't establish transparency policies and processes, they can't be attested for NIST 600. There is no choice. In ISO, we can debate upon whether they can or they can't. But in NIST, there will not be compliance until they are coming up with the established transparency policies and processes. You will find it, there are total 42 places this data privacy is there. So directly you can say that there are 42 controls associated with the data privacy, which is not required as a part of 42001 2023 version. But if organization is dealing with the data privacy, they are identifying and collecting personally identifiable information. In that case, they will have to refer to NIST also. It is available as a folder shared with you. Now going back to the standard and referring to it here, we talked about risk treatment. Consider the guidance in Annexure B. What is Annexure B? We talked about that. These are the list of controls. Okay. Policies related to AI, we will talk about them one by one on next week, not this week. Internal organization, resources for AI system, there are total 38 controls. Assessing impact of the AI system life cycle. So any risk you are identifying will have to be mitigated or will have to be controlled, not mitigated, will have to be controlled by adequate control implementation. And control, again, I am referring to, it is like a speedometer of a car, and you have to control it depending upon the context, like you are driving on expressway or highway or state highways or in a village road. That is the control. So there are total 38 control, and all your risks must be eliminated using those controls, those 38 controls. If you find some controls are not mentioned in 42001, so you can follow NIST 600 or any other standard also. But your control should be identified adequately and completely. This is what the standard is saying as a part of this clause. Here, consider the guidance in Annexure B for the implementation of control determined in B and C. Control objectives are implicitly included in the control chosen. Annexure A and Annexure A controls are not exhaustive. This is the important point. The Annex A controls are not exhaustive, and additional control objectives and controls can be needed. If different or additional controls are necessary beyond those in Annexure A, the organization can design such controls or take them from existing sources. AI risk management can be integrated in other management system if applicable also. Fine. Is that point clear to everyone, or any question on this point? No question?
No.
No, clear.
Clear. Then in point F, they are mentioning that produce a statement of applicability that contains the necessary controls. So you will be making a statement of applicability. We will do this exercise next week, that we will be producing a statement of applicability for our case study aligned with the 42001 Annexure A requirement. So provide a statement of applicability that contains the necessary controls and provide justification for inclusion and exclusion of controls. Justification for exclusion can include where the controls are not deemed necessary by the risk assessment and where they are not required by applicable external requirements. Note 3. The organization can provide documented justification for excluding any control objective in general. So as a consultant, as a lead implementer, you would be making sure that there is adequate justification, and as an auditor, you would validate whether there is an adequate justification. Next point is formulate an AI risk treatment plan. The organization shall obtain approval from the designated management for the AI risk treatment plan and for acceptance of the residual AI risks. The necessary controls shall be aligned in the objective in 6.2, available as documented information communicated within the organization and available to interested parties as appropriate. Fine. So with this, we are coming to close of the 6.1.3, that is a risk treatment, 6.1.2, which is a risk assessment, and general requirement related to 6.1.1. So these are with respect to 1, 2, 3, which you will have to define as a process that how you would be assessing the risk, how you would be treating the risk, right? How you would be coming up with a statement of applicability, how you would be mitigating those risks, what would be your risk evaluation criteria, what would be the probability, what would be the impact, what would be your acceptance criteria within the organization aligned with your business needs. All those parameters, that is something which you will have to define, that how organization will intend to do these activities. Not only for the AI system, but even the peripheral or associated system like HR, like IT admin, infrastructure team, the physical security, management, all those peripheral. So this aspect is very, very important, and it takes a very consuming time also in order to establish adequate risk management framework for the organization. Any question from anyone with respect to these points?
I think it was clear.
Okay, so we will go to the last point with respect to 6.1, that is AI system impact assessment. Do remember what we are talking about. The impact assessment doesn't mean that it is an impact assessment of the risk. Here, the standard is referring to the organization shall define a process for assessing the potential consequences for individual or group of individual or both and societies that can result from development, provision, or use of AI system. So what is required here? Let us see that in our case study. Is it visible, this case study?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what they are saying that you do the impact assessment like drug discovery using AI assisted molecular modeling. What would be the impact on individual, group of individual, or society? Based on this drug discovery using AI assisted molecular modeling. That impact assessment will have to be documented and will have to be demonstrated to auditors. Similar way for clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics. What it can impact it can have on individual, group of individual, or society. And the third one, personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models. So what impact it can have on individual, group of individual, and society. When we are saying group of individual, it includes the family also, their immediate family member, their friend circle, everything that is a group of individual and the society. So this is what they are referring to in this standard. It is not that traditional impact assessment. The organization shall define a process for assessing the potential consequences for individual or group of individual or both and societies that can result from the development, provision, or use of the AI system. That will have to be demonstrated. We will do exercise for this one as well. The AI system impact assessment shall determine the potential consequences and AI systems deployment, intended use, and foreseeable misuse. So the impact will also need to be identified for foreseeable misuse on individuals or group of individuals or both and societies. The AI system impact assessment shall take into account the specific technical and societal context where the AI system is deployed and applicable jurisdiction. As I mentioned, that impact may be on cultural aspects, impact may be on societal impact, impact may be on technological, health, safety, well-being. There is a multiple other thing. Impact assessment shall take into account the specific technical and societal context. The next point is the result of the AI system impact assessment shall be documented. Where appropriate, the result of the AI system impact assessment can be made available to relevant interested parties as defined by the organization. So that impact assessment will have to be made available. A lot of organizations probably you will see they are putting that on their website to avoid the misuse, to make aware their users that these are the possible impact of our solutions. That is because of this standard requirement. The organization shall consider the result of the AI system impact assessment in the risk assessment, provides control for assessing impact of the AI system. So based on the impact, the risk register will also require to be updated based on their possible impact. There is a note in some context, such as safety or privacy critical AI systems, the organization can require that discipline-specific AI system impact assessment, for example, safety, privacy, or security impact, be performed as part of the overall risk management activities of an organization. And here you will have to refer to those like LR, Safari, failure mode and effect analysis. That is something which I have been talking about as a part of 31,000 requirement. So these are the requirements with respect to 6.1.4 AI system impact assessment. Do remember, it is not an organizational impact assessment or organization risk assessment. It is your AI system impact assessment. So in our case study, there will be 3 separate instances of impact assessment based on the 3 AI solution what organization is going to be providing. Similar way, there would be 3 risk assessment for 3 AI solutions which they are going to be providing to their users. This is the basic difference with any other 27001 or ISO 9001, because in AI system, it is more of a product or application specific risk assessment, impact assessment that will have to be carried out, mitigation approaches will have to be carried out as per the risk assessment, risk treatment criteria, and other associated aspect. Any question from anyone?
No.
No question?
No, sir.
So we are coming to close for the today's session. We still have 5 minutes for any question and answer. We can utilize that one. But important point is that we have not been able to do exercises today with respect to risk assessment, impact assessment, risk and various other things. So we will start next week with these risk assessment, impact assessment exercises. They may take little more time. Then we will move on to the AI objective and planning to achieve them. There would be AI objective like performance objective, accuracy objective, legal compliances objective, societal impact objective, right? Ethical uses objective, transparency objectives. So we will be establishing those objectives for our case study, and then accordingly we will see that how they can be implemented adequately within the organization for our case study scenario. So that is a 6.2. After that, we will move on to the planning of changes and followed by the support like resources and other requirements. Okay. So it is time for any question and answer for today's session. You have this template available, risk register, impact register in your shared folder. So I would recommend if you get some time, please do the risk assessment and impact assessment for the case study, what we are discussing on. Anyway, if you are not able to do it, then we will do it next week. Fine.
Yeah.
My another recommendation is to read through this 23894 standard, 42001 standard. Download this artificial intelligence NIST 600. It is also available into the folder what you have, so you can read all of them whenever your time permits next week. Any question? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
So then if there are no questions, we can close the today's session and we will meet again next Saturday.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any question, राजेश जी?
नहीं सर,
समझ में आ रहा है या कोई डाउट है कोई कहीं?
नहीं सर, आज डिस्कशन बहुत लंबी खींची।
नहीं नहीं, वो तो होता है, वो तो कोई इशू नहीं है।
नहीं, मैं वैसे बता रहा हूँ, उस चक्कर में भी कुछ क्लॉजेस जो हो सकते थे आज
हाँ,
नेक्स्ट सैटरडे हो जाएंगे अब।
वो हो जाएंगे कवर, बट ये भी जरूरत पड़ती है। बट
जी।
एक्सप्लेन हो रहा है, समझ में सारी चीजें आ जा रही हैं, कोई
जी
डाउट
जी
हो
जी,
रहा है?
नहीं सर, बिल्कुल सही
हो
हो
जाए।
रहा है। तो आप ऑफिस में बैठते हैं?
नहीं, कभी ऑफिस में कभी घर से, आजकल तो आईटी में दोनों ऑप्शन है ना।
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली आई स्टे हियर ओनली इन फरीदाबाद। आई
अच्छा,
ट्राई टू कम।
फरीदाबाद।
जी जी, आई ट्राई टू कम समडे।
श्योर श्योर, वी विल मीट।
जी बिल्कुल सर।
हाँ।
ओके सर, टेक
ओके,
केयर।
थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
ओके,
बाय
बाय।
बाय।